are unlike the rest. And so are we. Discover and experience.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We're about to get started. You have to make your way. Are you ready? Apio. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right. So, good morning again, everyone. Thank you all for being here with us. Okay. Thank you all for being here with us today as we wrap up our final day of our GME PC Coordinator Week. Um, it's been a fantastic journey. It's been a great week, and you guys will all see clips and videos of how the week went later on today when we have some intermission time. Today marks our fifth, I can't believe I'm saying this, our fifth annual RPCF educational retreat. And can I just say how lovely you guys are looking in y'all pink shirts? Yes. And if you don't have on your shirts, put them on. Today is the day we are representing because the shirts, the color, it means various things. If you saw the flyer, it is an all-women cast list of presenters, woman power, pink. It all means something. So therefore, if you don't have your shirts, put them on. And can I just say that we need to give ourselves a round of applause for getting here today, just starting off the day with some recognition for us and all the work that we do. So please. So to help us kick off today's event, I am honored to have some of our key leadership provide some welcome remarks. We're going to start off with Dr. Lisa Dresner, who's in the back chatting with other leadership. She is Suny Downstate's DIO. So Dr. Dresner, if you would come up this morning, please, and say a few words.
So this is fairly unscripted, so I don't know what's going to come out. So really, really, really welcome for education. Awesome opportunity for education, collaboration, and learning. I think that thinking about how we can improve our processes, how we can learn to do things better and more efficiently will provide you with more time to do a great job and go home on time.
Yes, we love that. We love that.
Because I know that program coordinators and administrative coordinators don't go home on time and stuck doing the long, dreary, sometimes typing numbers from one column to another column. You don't need to do that. And we're going to talk about how to get past that.
She's going to be giving us some tips on some AI apps, so look out for her presentation later on.
Okay. All right. And really, really welcome to Downstate. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dresner. Next, we have Dr. Jason Lazar, who is going to give a few words on behalf of our dean from the College of Medicine. Dr. Lazar. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me? All right. So on behalf of Dean Brunacardi and the entire dean's office, good morning, everyone, and welcome. It's our great pleasure to speak to you today at the opening of the annual Residency Program Coordinators Forum Retreat. This forum, established in collaboration with our GME office, provides a venue to support all residency and fellowship program coordinators in the areas of professional development, residency education development, emotional and physical well-being, that's a big one these days, right? Advocacy and work-life balance. These programs contribute to the professional development of our cohort and residency coordinators at Downstate, as well as our affiliated hospitals. It's my hope that today's retreat will achieve the objective of advancing program coordinators through connections and technology. Professional development is crucial in providing you with the tools that you need in order to thrive. As a twice past program a residency program director, spanning 17 years, and the dean ran a surgical residency program for many years, we know what you do. You are the glue that holds the entire enterprise together. Many of you have even taken on the difficult task of training program directors. We know that happens as well. And they're not so easy to train sometimes, correct? And therefore, we are delighted. Your hard work has received national praise as well. Keno Williams and Juliet Arthur have been awarded the Deborah L. Dooley GME Program Coordinator Excellence Award. This is the 5th year of this, as you've heard, of this forum, and it's an amazing body of work that's so important for all of us. Again, welcome to today's program. I hope you will learn much and have a wonderful weekend thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lazar. Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Melanie Cheng, Associate Chief Academic Officer for the GME office at Kings County Hospital. She'll be giving a few welcome remarks on behalf of Dr. Desai, who is not here with us. He's on vacation, but this is the first year that he is missing this. He's been with us since the inception. So turning it over to you, Dr. Chen.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to be here to be able to represent Dr. Desai in the academic office here at King's. And like was mentioned, Dr. Desai has never not been there, but he is finally listening to all of you as well in terms of wellness and work-life balance and actually taking his vacation day off. So on behalf of Dr. Desai, the academic office here at King's, I just wanted to thank you all. The work that you do every day really is the backbone of our residency and fellowship programs, and it is such a crucial part to every aspect, not only of our trainees education, but also our operations and patient care in what we need to do to have our trainees ready and competent by the time that they're graduating. And additionally, just as leaders, as Dr. Lazar mentioned, the work you do is so important, and the recognition and the ability you've had to really get it onto the national stage and become a leader in this field is something that we're all really proud of. And, you know, this year's theme, Advancing the Program Coordinators Through Connections and Technology, really resonates in where we are just in terms of technology and the field of medical education right now. And when I think about our work in GME, you know, we think a lot about innovation and empowerment and collaboration and mentorship, and really just finding ways to make the complex a little bit simpler. And those aren't just buzzwords, they're really what we're doing, what you're doing every day when you're guiding our residents through training and keeping our programs running smoothly and our operations running smoothly, and really the challenge that come with that role. So I hope that today is about how technology and automation might be able to lighten the load, and how we can create streamlined workflows that really free up more time for mentorship and connection, creativity, and innovation, and how we can really lean on each other as a community. So I hope you were able to take the time today as a chance to recharge, learn something new, and really remind yourself of the really strong and incredible impact that you're having, not just on your programs, but on the future of healthcare. So thank you for being here, and thank you for everything you do. And I hope you can come out of today having a little bit of fun and inspired and learn something new. So welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chen. And finally, last but definitely not least, we have Ms. Robin Gitman, Senior Vice President and the DIO for MIMO Medical Center.
Good morning, everybody. It is hard to do cleanup. So everybody's really said so much of what I wanted to say. But what I thought when Juliet gave me the themes of this day really was Rosie the Riveter. We've created something that we didn't know we could create. We've built a community. We've empowered each other. We've learned new things. We've built new things, and we've done it in a way that continues to grow. So in the community, if you look at all the people here, the first one, right? Look at everybody who's here. Look at all the new friends we've made, all the supports we've built for ourselves. It's something you did for yourself. And I think that sense of empowerment, when given the space to create, this is what you've built, right? And you will help lead the direction for your field and your profession, your colleagues and your community, and how you grow your residents. It's critically important to use your insights, to use your connections and your skills to bring that forward. We can do anything. And that's kind of how my brain works. But that's what I was thinking of when I thought of today. And so I look forward to what comes out of this, what you continue to create, and what you grow into. So thank you for having me, and have a great day.
Thank you, Robin. So moving the schedule along, I'm going to turn it over to our two Master of Ceremonies. In the past, those who have been with us, they know it's always a male. They know it's always Kino. This year, in following our theme, we have Ms. Shirley Boisfront and Ms. Chantel Litrian.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and one warm welcome to our faculty, our esteemed faculty, our program coordinators, our administrators, our colleagues, our friends, family, and all across the GME community that are here today. I want to say thank you, especially to my executive members, Keno, Natalie, and Juliet, and for their relentless work in putting this forum together, and for having your support, because the forum couldn't take place or happen without your support as the executive members and as support from the coordinators. We really thank the faculty, Dr. Dresner, Dr. Smith, Dr. Robin Gitman, and Dr. Lazar for their support, and all the program directors and leadership for their support in acknowledging this forum, and their support to the coordinators. That means a world to us. So sit back. We're gonna give you a day filled with fun, education, wellness, and hoping you could take home, if only one thing, to take home something today. And we work really hard at bringing this retreat to you and all the initiatives that we bring to you. So we hope you appreciate it, and you know, just seize the opportunity to learn and to grow. I'm here with my co-host, Shirley Boisvon. And Shirley has been the coordinator for PM&R for the past 2 years.
A year already.
A year. A year
It went by
already.
so fast.
A year. But she's not new to GME or to coordinators, to the coordinators forum or being a coordinator. Shirley is a distinguished leader and dedicated advocate for over 2 decades and experience spanning health care administration. She has made a major impact inside and outside of Downstate, and her training with her appointment as a UN Global Peace Administrator. She's ambassador. Listen, I'm still in training, so bear with me. It doesn't get any easier being up here, but we do it. She is a radio host talk show on Rendezvous Dimanche on radio comedy. She is also a health advocate, right? Or fitness wellness. So she's not new to leadership, and it's my pleasure to introduce her and welcome me as co-host today. So I hand it over to Shirley.
Good morning, everyone. It's okay. I'm going to wake you guys up in a little bit, but that's okay. You can sleep for the next 10 seconds. I'm going to get you on your feet. Thank you, Chantel, for the wonderful introduction. It is my pleasure to be here to co-host this event with Chantel. We are so excited to have you all here today as we come together to learn, connect, and grow. And thank you, Juliet, for those inspiring opening remarks. Okay. We also want to extend our gratitude to the President's Office, to Dr. Lisa Dresner, the Dean Bunicardi, Dr. Nina Desai, and Robert Gitman for their continued leadership and support of our graduate medical education program. Their commitment plays a vital role in shaping the future of our learners in the healthcare and the workforce, and all of us here as program coordinators. So I would like for each and every one of you right now to give yourself a round of applause for getting up, for coming here today. So as Chantel introduced me, she said I'm a health and wellness coach, right? How many of you were on the attended the Wednesday event, whether on Zoom or in person? For those of you who were here on Wednesday, whether you were on Zoom or somewhere, because we turned it up to Zoom, I have a little something for you. And then if I have enough, I'll pass it around. Sorry, guys. But now what I want you guys to do, I want you, all of you, to get up on your feet, because we're going to have some fun. Whenever I come up here, be ready, because I am full of energy. I am full of energy. If you come here to sleep today, they chose the wrong co-host. So now let's all of us get on your feet. And DJ, can you hit it, please? Come on. Can you give me a little volume? Come on, guys.
Sunshine, she's here. You can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space.
I see a guy back there looking like he's not part of this group. Don't make me pick you out all day. Clap along if you... Because you guys not happy? Because I'm happy. That happiness is the truth. Because I'm that's what you want. Let me see you guys start moving. Let's go. Let's go. I want us to move. I see some move here. Let's go. I know you all can dance. Okay? Don't stand like you're sleeping, because I come get you from your chair and put you up here. So y'all better start moving. You see one is running. She's running.
Friends say you don't waste your time. Here's why.
Because I'm.
Clap along.
That's good. Let me see you with your hands up in the air if you are happy. Because
Clap
I'm alone.
along if you feel like happiness is the truth.
Because
Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Hey, go! Bring me down, can't none
bring me down. I love us too high. Bring me down.
can't none
Bring me down. Bring me down.
can't none
Bring me down.
love is too
See, my level's too high. You can't bring me down.
can't none bring me down. I said,
Clap along if you feel like a wolf way down a wolf. Because I'm clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you wanna do. Clap along if you feel like a wolf way down a wolf. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you.
clap along if you feel like
That's what you wanna do.
bring me down, can't none bring me down. The love is too high. Bring me down, can't none
Bring me down. I said, clap along if you feel like a wolf way down a wolf. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you.
hey. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof.
Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you.
Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do.
All right. Give yourself a round of applause. Do you guys know what happiness is to you? What is the price of happiness to each and every one of you here? This is the question I want you to think about today. All right? Thank you, Chantel. I think I just kind of took over the show, but I'm going to pass it over to my host, Miss Chantel.
No, well done. And welcome to the 5th annual RPCF retreat. That was a great session.
Did
So,
you guys break a sweat this morning?
so now that we've had some fun, we're going to continue with the schedule. Thank you so much, Shirley. That was amazing. And thank you to all the coordinators for participating and joining us in opening up the program. So our first speakers for the day is known around downstate. There are downstate pediatrics and emergency medicine, my fellow coordinators, who will be speaking on whose lecture or presentation is on organize and on point, using a manual to streamline coordinator workflow. We have Ms. Chelsea, and she specializes in streamlining processes and enhancing operational efficiency. This saves residency leadership so much time and made the residents more compliant. Chelsea oversaw 115 patient caseload as a case manager. She also provides management for 90 plus residents and supervises and mentors us coordinators along with residents. She was the GME Rising Star. She has received the GME Rising Star, but she's really not a rising star. She's a professional in all she does. She's joined by Melissa. Melissa has been a residency coordinator for 3.5 years. Her presentation will focus on how creating and using a coordinator manual can improve organizational workflow, streamline daily tasks, and help reduce everyday chaos. As we all come across chaos, I want to personally note that Chelsea, she's been a supporter for its coordinators throughout the years. She's helped my program, in which I used to individually send invitations out to thousands of residents. And she streamlined my process where she had me upload a Google form, and I downloaded all the applications, all of the letters, and so forth. So she has made a major impact to my program, and I can't wait to hear both of their presentations on streamlining processes. So without further ado, Chelsea and Melissa.
All right, guys, let's welcome them.
Is hello? Oh, it's one on. Okay. Can we do both, or would it affect? Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Greatly appreciated.
Alrighty. Welcome, everyone. First of all, I want to say thank you to the RPCF Coordinator Committee for having us here today and for always putting this together. I'm Melissa Ramsaroop, and I'm joined here with my colleague, Chelsea Cole, and we are both residency coordinators in the emergency medicine department, where I also serve as the fellowship coordinator for the pediatrics and emergency medicine program. Today we'll be sharing how we've created and used a coordinator manual to streamline workflows, reduce stress, and to keep things running smoothly, especially during transitions and high demand periods. So here's what we'll cover. First, we're going to help you identify the essential elements of a good coordinator manual. Second, we will give you some of the tools and platforms that we've used so you would know how to build and manage your manual. And finally, the actionable steps to help you get started or improve your already existing manual if you have one, or even if you have standards of procedures or things that you document. Alrighty, so as we know, all coordinators do a lot. We juggle many responsibilities, and we have learned that even the smallest gap or a tiny mistake can cause big disruptions to our daily functioning. So we would like you to think of a manual as a playbook, because it's not just a document. It's a living resource that supports continuity, clarity, and consistency for your program. It helps when you're onboarding someone new, which we've actually had to. We have a new coordinator on our team, Michaela. She's at the back there. And to simply manage your daily operations.
Yes. So chaos happens unless you're prepared. We recently created our group chat. We call ourselves Chaos Coordinators. We are very organized, but as you know, running a residency, chaos happens, multiple residents. And we also thought it was fitting because our specialty is emergency medicine. So we have 4 programs. We have emergency medicine, we have emergency medicine, internal medicine, emergency medicine, internal medicine, critical care, and then we have the fellowship pediatric emergency medicine. And so it's 3 coordinators, and I don't know about you all, but we like to take vacations. Who likes to take vacations up in here? And like Drake said, who's calling my phone? We're not answering during the vacation. So with the manual, we find that it's very effective in that if someone goes on vacation or for whatever reason you take a medical leave, tasks don't fall behind because you have the manual. You have this written document of how to do things, and you can also prepare in advance. So say if you're going away for something that's really important, like recruitment or even onboarding season, you don't have to worry about, like who's going to get this done? How's it going to happen if I'm not there? Things can still happen because you have this manual with your guided steps in there on how to do the things. And it's written out in a way where you can't make a mistake, whether it be written or in video format. So when I first started out as assistant coordinator, the person who was the coordinator, Stephanie, she had been here for over 10 years, and she had been training me on a lot of things. And over the time, I started to create my own little written documents and stuff because that's just how I learn. I like to write stuff down so I can remember it when I have to go and execute the task. So in having the manual, more errors would have happened, but with it, my efficiency was improved because I had the workflow there. I knew what needed to be done. I didn't have to, it took the guesswork out of things. And then had Stephanie left and not trained me, that would have been a loss of institutional knowledge that she had for over the 10 plus years of how to be a residency coordinator. But the knowledge is now retained, not only through me, but in a manual that I passed down to Melissa and now passed down to Michaela, and for also residency leadership. So just to note, like, this manual it's created mainly for you as a coordinator in your role, but it can be shared with other leadership, your PD, your chiefs, because not a lot of programs may have multiple coordinators like ours. It may just be you. So you could be sharing responsibilities maybe with your administrator or other leadership people in your program. And then hard to track accountability. A lot of the work we do has multiple steps. It's not just one thing. It's okay, this thing starts, then we have to do the next. So it's very step oriented. So now we know in this documentation who does what. Am I starting off the task and then goes to Melissa, then Michaela, like who's doing what part? So you have clear accountability now with the manual because you have defined roles of who is doing what. And then without the manual, you have a lot of increased stress because there's so many different things that we're doing and it's hard to remember. Like I said, who wants to go back searching through the emails? Like, how do I start this process again? I remember they said we need to do this way, but maybe that process has changed. But if you have it written down, okay, this is my centralized place of where I can just go and have an easy flowing guidance and fewer surprises.
And I can attest to that. There's many times when a process comes up in the next academic year that we haven't done in a while. And I'm like, wait, Chelsea, how do we do this again? And in the past, I used to pull up my email and start searching everywhere. I had notes that I jotted down everywhere. Of course, we had SOPs that we've created. But then when we created this manual, all I had to do was click through it for the process that I'm looking for, and it was documented there. So I didn't have to harass Chelsea, especially when she's on vacation. So the manual definitely helps with that. All right.
So I have had the privilege of hiring 2 coordinators in my time as being a residency coordinator, which has really been a great experience. And as you know, everyone has different learning styles. And if you ever had to train or manage someone, you would learn that. So in doing so, having this manual was very, very effective for me because it just streamlined the communication. It doesn't mean that I said, here's the manual, read this and you're good to go. No, it was, I have the manual as a guide for after I train you, you can go back and reference it. And then you don't have to probably come to me with so many questions because maybe the answer to your question is already in the manual. So it has been very helpful in training and onboarding new coordinators, especially because a lot of the stuff that we do has multiple steps. It's a lot of time taken away from already having to do the work that I'm doing and then train a new person on how to do it. So that has been really effective, especially in a crunch period. Every time that I've had a new coordinator come on, like Melissa, she joined during interview season. That's a lot going on. Michaela has joined during onboarding. A whole bunch is going on during that time. Interns are coming in, grads are going out. So it just increased the confidence. It saved time from repeated walkthroughs, and it just offered consistency in like how I was doing things. And it continues on the well-oiled machine that we have in emergency medicine.
Alrighty. So, what is a manual? A manual lets you standardize deadlines, reminders, and email templates. Instead of chasing faculty to do certain things like their evaluations or even the residents, you already have a system in place that prompts them to do so. Whether it be a reminder email, which you schedule out at a certain time, maybe every month or bi-weekly, having that consistency is key in meeting institutional requirements. For example, onboarding during a busy period such as onboarding season. It can be very tough, but a good manual can give new hires like Michaela. Michaela came in during this time and we're able to show her what we've done, but also give her this manual as a reference source. So in the event that she's doing something on her own time and we might not be available because we're doing our own functions, she can reference this manual to look for the answer. And then as a last resort, if anything, she can reach back out to us to help her. So it saves all of us time. One thing that I noticed is as you continue to work on this manual, you will come across things that you may need to add to it. It's something that you'll continually be working on. One thing that I think it happened with Chelsea, one year we had a resident who was breastfeeding. She was lactating, and we scheduled in service, and she needed a breastfeeding room. So to our manual, we added a note section where we would put that under that process for scheduling the room, that we would also need to schedule a separate room for breastfeeding. Okay. And the manual helps us to know exactly who's doing what, which Chelsea touched on before. One of our biggest pain points is unclear roles, especially when residents go out to rotate at another site. Sometimes we don't know who's handling the onboarding over there, and sometimes it's many different people. Like right now, I'm currently dealing with one of those, and I've had to like track down several people, and then I made note of it and put in our manual who does what role. So our residents know exactly who they need to reach out to for what portion of the process that they're doing. So in the beginning, they may need to contact me to get certain documents for the rotation site, like certifications. Then they need to reach out to the GME coordinator or the coordinator of the other site to provide those documents and things that we may not have for them. This clarity allows us to always have everything documented so the residents' onboarding is more efficient. It reduces miscommunication and unnecessary back and forth for everyone in the process. Alrighty, and here are the tools and strategies that we would have used to help create our manual. We use document managing, which our manual is actually stored in a Google Drive. So all of us have access to it and we use it in real time. If a change was made and, for instance, we don't know what was the last thing, we can use track versions of it through Google Drive or OneDrive. We also used video tools such as Zoom or Komodo Decks, even Loom, to do screen recording and tutorials. I've done that a lot recently for Michaela to show her examples of certain things that she would have to do that I would have done previously. So she can just, some people are more visual. She can just look at it and know exactly what steps to follow or where new innovations she has to go rather than reading it from the manual. Because sometimes it's kind of hard to see it step by step on the manual, but when you could look at it through a video, it's much easier. And these videos are embedded into a manual, so she just has to click the link. We've created a lot of templates and checklists over time, which ensures consistency and thoroughness in our routine tasks, such as sending out reminder emails or even creating letters of good standing or verification letters for our residents. And This has become one of my favorites. I think one of our speakers will be touching on this later, but we've started using AI writing assistants to help polish our manual, because sometimes you might write something in the way that you understand it, but someone else may not. So you could just literally put it in ChatGPT or another AI writing tool and ask it to polish those steps for you, and it organizes it in a very user-friendly way. And the last thing, the strategy that we use in our manual is to put things either by time frames, like the months in the academic year and the things that we do within that month, or we also have it where we've indicated who does what. So it's role specific. So if it's a task within a process that Chelsea does, we would have Chelsea's name there. If it's something that I would do, it would be my name or Michaela. So that helps us to easier navigate our manual.
So if you can't tell by now, Melissa and I are very type A people. We have lists for lists, checklists for checklists. We just like to have things organized, and also to just touching on having things streamlined. You don't realize how much you do until it's written out. Let this manual be a justification for if anyone says, oh, you're not doing a lot, or even for justification of a raise. Like, here's all that I do written out, but also too, when you see it written out, you can streamline it. You can say, I'm doing a lot of steps. There has got to be a better way on how to do this. You can ask ChatGPT, like, hey, how's a better way to streamline this? Or we can just talk about how we're doing our things, and someone can have a better way of doing it, and your process will be easier. So I'm sure you all know by now the benefits of the manual, but we want to actually show you what our manual looks like and just talk you through like how we're using it. So first we want to go to the timeline. So we created a timeline. I hope it opens up. Open. Oh, it's not showing the screen. How can we get it to share a different screen? Okay, well, we wanted to show you guys the manual and the timeline. So first we have a timeline, and it's, of course, it goes by month, and then going across, it has our names at the top. So say Chelsea, Melissa, and Michaela. And then it has the recurring tasks. So all the things that we're doing recurring month to month. And then we have all the different steps and tasks that we're doing for that month. So right now it's the last month in July. We're looking at August. We're going through the timeline. We're like, okay, what is it that we have to do for August? We see our tasks, we see each other's tasks and everything. Then we go to the manual, which we want to show as well, and we see all the processes for what we need to do for the manual, and it's just written out there nicely. Now, the manual, it's detailed in the steps, but there may be links or videos that take you elsewhere. That's probably a little bit more detail that, you know, like for example, like onboarding. We have an onboarding checklist. Like we may not put that in the manual. That's probably in a separate document. But it's listed out by month, and we have a table of content, of course, so you're not scrolling through hundreds of pages trying to figure out, okay, what is it? Where are the things that I'm doing? So that is like how we have structured the manual. And we kind of have a little snippet here of like the tabs. And this is kind of like how it's written out by the month and everything like that. And we got a little quote from Michaela, who just started. We want to ask her, like, how has the manual been effective for you? She's like, I'm still learning and growing in my role, but having Melissa and Chelsea's manual has really helped me feel supported every step of the way. It breaks things down clearly and approachable, which makes it easier to stay organized. It's been a go-to guide for me, and I really hope more coordinators can get access to it. So I'm glad that that is helpful. And we're trying to like pull it up really quickly so we can really show it to you guys. But of course, we're also going to share a template that you guys can use to create your own. Yeah, but when we Okay, yeah. Yeah, we could skip it. Yeah, we could skip it. So we could ask. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll just send out an email of the manual and you guys can peruse it like that. um, yes, exactly. Right. Okay, so here are just some essential sections that we feel like every manual should have. You know, a timeline of like the key deadlines for things, any milestone events, orientation, graduation, if you have a site visit coming up, or any holiday or academic schedules. And then, of course, onboarding, offboarding, because we feel like those are very known or like common, multi-layered steps for a coordinator. Evaluations and milestones, those are always going out. And then of course, recruitment process, which is another really big one. And here are the different key sections for each thing. And then, so here's, a really quick guide on like how to, create your own. So you want to assess your needs, you want to assess your needs. So what do I want to put in this manual? Who's going to have access to it? Is it just going to be me? Am I going to be sharing this with leadership? Then you want to start gathering your templates and your deadlines and your tools while doing it. And we don't recommend you just start like, okay, I'm going to sit down. I'm just going to start this manual. That's a lot of work. We already have a lot going on. As you go through the process, you just be more mindful. You start writing stuff down, you gather your templates, your tools, and then you just put it into a manual. You want to organize it by topic or role, or you can do both. Then you want to get input from your team. Like now that Michaela's actually going through it and reading it, or when Melissa was going through it, they can now take it over and edit it and make it more for them because they're the one actually doing the task. But if you're going to be the only one doing it, you just want to get input. And they might say, oh, this is a little unclear. I'm not really sure. It could be even like your administrator possibly. And then you just want to keep it updated regularly. It's a living document. It's never going to be finished. As we all know, there's changes every year, every day. Yeah, absolutely. So you just keep updating it as those changes come.
And so we've actually created a QR code for you to download an editable version of our program coordinator manual. So our link didn't work, but you still have something to start with. So I'll give you a few. Again. Okay, I'll grant permission after if you're not getting it. You could take a picture of this, I guess. Yeah. I'll also send a mass email. Yes. Alrighty, and our final takeaways. So we cannot emphasize this enough. A manual is more than a reference document, as Chelsea have stated. It's a living, evolving document that reduces burnout, it supports training, and it saves us valuable time. Smarting small and building gradually is the key. Even if it's something as just jotting down notes or writing down deadlines and keeping it in one centralized place, over time, when there's periods where you're doing less at work, you can take that time to put it together in a more consistent and outlined way using the template that we've given you. And the focus is just to keep it user-friendly because you're the one who's going to be using it. This is your document. And for Chelsea and I, creating this manual has truly been one of our most valuable investments in our roles because now it's something that we use almost every day. Every time I do a task, sometimes I just run back to it to make sure I'm doing everything accurate. And then after checking it, if I realize, hey, something has changed, I reached out to whoever I know did it last or who was the last person that I contacted to find out, hey, was there a change to this process? And then I update it immediately into the manual. Alrighty. So now that we've gone through the presentation, let's discuss and share some ideas. What recurring task would you put in your manual? Or are you already documenting any processes at this point in time that you could see putting into a manual? Recruitment,
yes,
yep. Definitely one.
Onboarding, yep.
Yep. Oh,
Any
yes.
tools that you're using for like
That
writing
we,
out the
yeah.
processes, or you just kind of remember? Oh, I don't.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm ready.
Any processes or any tools that you're currently using now? Google Forms, yeah, absolutely. Scholarly, yeah. Okay. Any questions for us?
AI to maybe document, you know,
Mhm.
what exactly you're using it for? I'm curious.
Yeah. So if I record a video either on like Microsoft Teams or on Zoom, I would take the transcript and I would put it into ChatGPT and I said, create a SOP for me. And then I take that and I put it in the manual. Efficient, quick.
But you should still review it because sometimes there are certain things in there that just doesn't make sense and you have to tailor it just a little bit, tweak it before you put it into your manual.
For a new program coordinator, would you recommend a pre-published manual? And if so, do you have resource on which one to get?
It seems like we're creating it. Because that's the thing, it doesn't exist. Like if a new coordinator comes in and someone wasn't there previously, I'm assuming, I guess anyone can speak on that because that wasn't my case. I had a coordinator there. I'm assuming you would learn maybe from like your administrator or from your PD. They're probably training you on other things, or you have the forum to like reach out to other people too. So I feel as though that probably doesn't exist, and I feel like now we're kind of building it, and I'll be open to building more. I'm sure each specialty would look very different, but there may be things that we all do similarly that could be in one document now.
So just to add to your question, there is a program. It's called HCP Pro, where that's what I use because I was new. I didn't have a predecessor, if you know, someone who taught me. So I went directly to. It's called HCP Pro. I did a course there. You have to pay though, and they do have a book, like handbooks and so forth for residency coordinator, just a framework where you could go through. But I got my department to pay for it because I had to teach myself at that time. And also to add to what Chelsea said, if you're not so sure about ChatGPT and you like to do, you know, just to refine your own statement, Grammarly is really good. I use Grammarly. I use it in my email and everything. It's really good. You can download it for free, but if you want a more advanced version, yes, you have to come out of pocket. You could also convince your department to do that as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Dee, because you helped me to remember too that our like cord for coordinators, I think for each specialty, they may have like an association for coordinators that has a manual. Of course, it may not be as specific to like downstate, but it's a good guide as well. Good starting point, yeah.
Nice help. Thank you.
Melissa and Chelsea, thank you so much. This was, as always, a great session. I wish that I had a personal manual of you and Melissa in my pocket every day. Not only a manual, but every day in my pocket to use these processes. What would you say is the most commonly used processes that you use every day or yearly? I know you have different ones, but what would you say would be the most important one that you use daily?
Daily? Or
Daily or often enough that you always have to go back to it?
That's a good question.
For me, when I first started, I know something I always had to refer back to was how to update the daily and block schedule because I would forget the steps. So that's definitely something Michaela is doing now, and she's referring back to that document to help us with updating the schedule. Yeah.
I can't think daily, but for me, like recruitment, because it's so many steps. And then now we're changing from like thalamus to residency cast. that's going to be a whole new section there. So I would say like the recruitment process is a big one. And then also too, I guess like updating. I feel like the platforms change a lot. So like updating, like putting in the new interns and then like removing the graduates from like the different softwares and like GME track and all the, like it just changes all the time. I'm like, wait, where do we go again? Okay. So I feel like I use that a lot as well.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Wait, are we moving from thalamus? Is this just you?
Oh
or?
no! Oh, sorry. That is that's. I think it's just me. It's just
No.
emergency medicine.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
because we want to know.
And OBGYN, which
You know,
Dee,
we
thank you so
share
much. She's gonna be helping us.
Yeah. We just want to know ahead of time.
Yeah. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Chelsea, you almost gave me a heart attack. Anyone else almost had a heart attack in here? Because I just learned thalamus. What's her name? My friend here. My best friend here helped me to recruitment and thalamus. I'm like, I just learned this, and now I have to go learn something else. I think we will all just quit, right?
No, thank you guys so much. Of course.
We leave all the work to Kino.
Of course, if you have any questions, just email us. We're always here to support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Put your hand. Give these ladies another round of applause. Thank you, Chelsea and Melissa, for that clear and practical presentation on using a manual to streamline coordinator workflow. Your insight on organization and consistency are invaluable tools that can make a real difference in day-to-day operation. Whenever you figure out how both of you can clone yourselves for Chantel and myself, please let us know, okay? Because you guys are just amazing. Because the work we do every day, sometimes we have to do some tedious tasks. We're like, do I have to do this? One of my biggest pet peeves is entering the master schedule and new innovation every year. But once I do it, I'm okay, because there's so much that you have to do, make sure everything match and you have the right rotation, everything is good. The work we do is very valuable, but sometimes we know it's stressful. And Dr. Dressner acknowledged that we don't leave at 5 o'clock. We don't leave at 4 o'clock because we do not have banker's hours. Sometimes some of you go home and you're still working. And we talk about that on Wednesday. Cut it out. All right, so now I have the pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Let me make sure I'm on the right schedule here. We're gonna be talking about artificial intelligence and technology, right? Yes, we are. And I have the pleasure to, I think I lost my notes, guys. You see, this is why we're chaos coordinators, because we get confused, we lose things, and we lose track of time and where we are. So at this time, I would like to invite, no, I'm inviting someone else. Chantal, what's my schedule? See, guys, this is what happened. Where are we? We are the artificial intelligence. Okay, I was right. And now we're going to be talking about artificial intelligence and technology. And I'm going to invite, there's someone else I'm supposed to be inviting to introduce Dr. Knight to speak to us today. Is that me? Oh, I'm introducing myself to introduce Dr. Knight. Isn't that fun? So I have the pleasure now of inviting that Wincliffe Knight, residency coordinator from urology at Suny Downstate Health Science, to talk to us about artificial intelligence. We all know AI, Canva, ChatGPT, whatever it is, we know that it's taking over. Just last week, I was in Mexico, okay? And one of the things we were discussing was AI. how it can be very helpful, but also how it is affecting young children, young people. How many of you no longer opens a book to it? Don't raise your hand. How many of you, even when you go to church, your Bible's in your phone? Don't raise your hand. Don't raise your hand. But when I go to church, my Bible's in my phone because we all using that little tool we have. It's a little computer everywhere we go. Everything we do, we're doing it. And how many of you are driving and you answering a text message? Don't raise your hand because that's not safe. I don't want to put anybody on the spot. But these are the things that we're talking about. But AI is also a very important tool that can make our lives easier every day. The tedious things that we do, or sitting here proofreading over and over, like you said, we can use Grammarly, we can use ChatGPT, or anything else, that any other tools that we have available to us. So put your hands together and welcome in Wycliffe, right? Wainclett Knight, and a powerful presentation on how we can make AI our best friend and how to streamline the work that we do every day. Give her a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you from Atlanta. I'm trying to share my screen. I hope I'm doing it correctly. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. So open up your presentation like before.
Yes.
And then on Zoom, look for the green button.
Oh, the green button.
The green share button.
Yes, you're right. That's the step I missed. 1 second. 1 second, 1 second. There you go.
Then locate your presentation in the window and hit share.
Are we there?
Almost there. Just full screen your slides now and you should be good. Remember, at the bottom of your slides is a little projector button, the projector screen.
I think I did that before. I think I did it ahead of time. Oh, there you go. Okay, are we ready?
Yep, we're good.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for having me. Thank you to RPCF. Sorry. Thank you to the RPCF for having me this morning. And I really enjoyed that presentation from Chelsea and Melissa. I learned so much. And I really am looking forward to utilizing that handbook. I think it will really help my program. Thank you so much, ladies. I want to say thank you to the RPCF for having me this morning. And the reason I wanted to do this is not because I'm an expert. I'm not coming to you as an expert. I'm coming to you as someone who thought about AI, went to a course, and looked around in the literature for anything that would speak to our niche, our profession, and I couldn't find anything. And I said, well, maybe we need to start something, because I noticed that the ACGME, AAMC, and others, they're making a big push where AI is concerned. And with the ACGME in particular, I think that they are just sort of they're making accommodations, they're pushing for people to learn, to, internalize AI, and then they're going to come for us in terms of new processes and so on. They're going to look to us to, and maybe make it even a part of, accreditation. I can see that coming down the line. So I thought, the best thing to do is to just jump in, start learning, rather than be blindsided by, whatever it is they're going to come with. It reminds me of when we started at the beginning of the century with the robot, and they just waited until it reached critical mass with the robot. Programs were getting it little by little by little, And when they thought that enough people had it, then they started to put out, new requirements for the residents and, new things for us to do. So where AI is concerned, I think it's the same thing. We have the opportunity now to learn, the opportunity now to embrace it. We can run the risk of being irrelevant, I think, if we don't embrace this technology. So, my objectives here, I wanted to introduce AI to those who don't know it, although when I look at Chelsea and Melissa, I just feel like, someone who's, I'm behind them. So I want to recognize the potential benefits and challenges of using AI in a medical education environment, explore simple ways to begin using AI tools in the PC workforce and workflow, and demonstrate basic understanding of the limitations of AI. So, as we all know, AI has reshaped many aspects of our lives, such as retail transactions, industrial processes, and many aspects of healthcare. And it has the potential, as I think I mentioned before, to transform the responsibilities of the program coordinator. So as potential early adopters, we have the unparalleled opportunity to be thought leaders in our niche. Learning and adapting AI is a strategic professional move. So just a little tiny history of AI. The first iteration was produced by Alan Turing as far back as 1935, when he thought of a programmable machine with limitless memory. Research continued through the 20th century with work by Strahe, Ottinger, Samuel Holland, and Winograd, and countless others who pushed AI forward. And so the central idea was the progressive replication of human intelligence to successfully automate as many tasks as possible, which is what we want to do, across industries, including finance, manufacturing, and healthcare. And so I thought that we could have, I thought of using two definitions of AI. There's so many out there, but these two seem to sort of, give the idea, the basic central idea of what AI is. So it's the ability, according to the US National Security Commission, of a computer system to solve problems and perform tasks that would otherwise require human intelligence. And then the other one, I think this thing is kind of blocking my thing. I'm not sure how to move it out of the way. Oh no, And then the other one, machines that imitate some features of human intelligence, such as perception, learning, reasoning, problem solving, language interaction, and creative work. So we have weak AI and strong AI. Weak AI is more familiar to us, and that appears in the form of language, image recognition, intelligent translation, and but this has little understanding of what it does. It has to be programmed. Someone has to tell the computer what to do. Strong AI leans more towards the abilities of us as humans. It makes us it's more it leans into more human what we do as human beings, how we act as human beings, how we think as human beings. And so I put this here. I brought this up as a sort of a visual of what AI is and how it progresses. And as we can see, we have different kinds of AI. And at the bottom, I thought the most important one was machine learning. It narrows down to machine learning. So we have supervisory learning, supervised learning, semi-supervised, unsupervised, and reinforced learning. And this kind of learning, supervised learning, machine learning, where it learns it learns some processes and then it's trained on a data set. So when you put in the information, you can just program it and gives you back some answers. And we have semi-supervised learning, a small amount of labeled data with a large amount of unlabeled data to train the model. And we have fully unsupervised learning as well, which analyzes unlabeled data to discover hidden patterns. I'm not going to spend too much time on this graphic, but this is a graphic to just to give us an idea of how of the progression of AI. So it goes across and it goes in different directions. There's so many things that feed into it. NLP, which is language processing, and that breaks itself out into data extraction. We have expert systems down here. Up here we have predictive analytics, deep learning, and machine learning. All of these things feed into the idea of what AI can do, of how big this is. And we are just in the initial stages, particularly in GME, the stages, we're just starting out. Many other industries, they're further along, and even in other parts of the healthcare industry, they're further along. We're just starting out. And in our niche, we're babies compared to some of these other industries. So the benefits for the healthcare industry, I mean, they are infinite, if you ask me. For us as coordinators, I was thinking that one of the main ones would be time saving. The ladies who presented just now, Chelsea and Mr. They spoke of, many ways we can save by using that manual, and all that they have embedded in the manual. That saves time, saves you searching the email, saves you calling people who don't pick up the phone, saves you sending an email, nobody's gonna answer. Time saving. That's what one of the things that AI can do. It can reduce costs because we're not gonna, you can probably, I mean, I don't want to say we're gonna eliminate people or anything, but if you were thinking to yourself, you know what, this is too much, I need another person to help me. That may not be the case. You may not need someone else. You just need to sort of harness AI in a responsible way to help reduce the amount of work that you're facing. And of course, in reducing the workload, it can reduce stress levels, and it will also help us to make better decisions. And then we move to data analysis and improve diagnosis. Now, the better decision making is very, I think, is something that is important because the ACGME, they launched their cloud, I think that was in March. And one of the things that they're looking to do, even, I don't know, they probably have started already, but one thing they're looking to do, they want to make more data available to programs for us to make better decisions. And also Thalamus, who is collaborating with Eris, they are looking to, I went to quite a few of their trainings, and they are looking to release more data to programs to make it more, to make us more efficient, to give us more information that we can streamline our processes. So AI has that capability. It works with big data sets, and it can spit out all kinds of information in a more efficient way. And we can analyze down there the data analyses. We can analyze data that can help us to improve our programs. And I think, as I said, that the ACGME is going to be looking into all of this, and they're going to be coming for us at some point. So, as I said before, early adoption of AI can point to an expanded role for PCs, and also, as I said, about the ACGME. So consider these statistics. As part of the continuum of training for physicians, we have the opportunity to add value to our institutions by adopting efficiencies of AI. Consider these statistics. 40% of US physicians are ready to use generative AI this year when interacting with patients. 46% of US healthcare organizations are in the initial production of implementation of generative AI. So these statistics are for 2024. I am almost sure, I can almost assure you that they are going to be more, significantly more for 2025. So, as I mentioned before, the WMC is really making a big push to bring AI into undergraduate medical education, and of course into GME. They are tailoring some aspects of AI to ease the transition from UME to GME. And they're also trying to sort of manage or harness the illegal, I don't know if I want to say illegal, but they want people to use it responsibly, the medical students to use it responsibly, and even the residents. So medical students and residents are using it to assist with research papers and abstracts as well, but they want to, sort of exert some control over how much AI is used just in the day-to-day training. What I noticed, I saw that somewhere, I didn't mention it here, but I saw somewhere was that some institutions, I would say those that are probably better funded, which would, I thought I saw Stanford, I think, I saw NYU, I'm not sure, maybe Mount Sinai as well. They seem to be constructing a sort of AI framework that is sort of closed. It's only limited to their institution, so they can control who accesses their system and how it's used. So I think that maybe that's the future as we go along, that different institutions will construct their own AI platform that they can have some control, because AI can be used for things that are not so good. As I keep mentioning, I mention it a lot because I just think we need to embrace this, if only for the reason that the ACGME is going to come for us. So we'll be able to track operational metrics. We will use dashboards to drill down and explore data. When they did the initial launch, they did mention that some of these things, this is what they want to give us the ability to do. Customize data, they want us to customize data, other capabilities. And I would say that the more information they give is the more that they're going to expect of us. They are, they can say, but we gave it to you, but we told you, but it's there, so it's less of a defense for us as programs to say, I didn't know that, I didn't see that. I think that's a part of, the reason. So just as a feeding into that, reimagine accreditation functions such as data collection, meeting management, surveys, and milestones. The more you're given, the more that will be expected of you. This is what I think. And there are even plans for data exchange and use of third-party applications such as modeling. So a few hurdles, as we begin thinking about AI, is the lack of qualified personnel for training. And I think this is a niche where we could sort of lean into. As we learn, we can teach. You learn, you teach, you share with others. And so, eventually you build sort of a cohort of people that are skilled in using AI. But as with anything else, you can more than likely expect resistance to change by some stakeholders. To some extent, that might be a generational issue. Lack of investment in updated technology. And there are lots of ethical considerations, opacity, inexplicability, data privacy, security, personalization, and fairness, effectiveness, and reliability. There's also the possibility of public skepticism, maybe due to a lack of information, because sometimes people come up against AI, they don't even know they're coming up against it. They don't even know that they're using it, that is touching their lives. So, that could feed into skepticism, lack of resources, and lack of accreditation standards. And this lack of accreditation standards feeds again into what I keep saying about the ACGME. It's coming, people. It is coming. They are going to start at some point to construct accreditation standards, if you ask me, that they're going to expect us to embrace, to lean into, and then they're going to come for you after that. Some considerations, a few, before implementation: assess your program's readiness, evaluate your existing data structures, selecting the correct tools, customization and training, monitoring, evaluation, feedback, and the measure of effectiveness. And where this is concerned, I think collaboration is a good idea. Melissa and Chelsea spoke to that, and I just think that what they presented this morning really, really speaks to the idea of collaborating. So as we consider that, we're going to all look at their handbook. And as we look at the handbook, and we see things that we can use and we need some information and so on, and we're going to ask them. I just think that that is just something that an awesome resource and an awesome starting point if we're thinking of using AI in our programs. Those of us who are not, most of us are, if you ask me. Okay, so best practices, as I said, collaborative approach, incremental, start small, continuous learning because it's always evolving, regular updates, and maintenance of the system. The continuous learning, I think, is something that we can all lean into as part of, who we are as PCs. We all are into continuous learning because things are always changing. Everything is always changing. The ACGME, maybe AAMC, ERAS, always coming with something new. There's always something new to learn. So as part of our best practices, I think we can incorporate AI into, our continuous learning. At the very least, look into it. What is it? What can I do to adapt? Potential uses, Kelsey and Melissa, they really, got us started there. We can leverage social media platforms to engage learners or other professionals and give guidance. And in terms of social media platforms, we can also use that for, I would say, for example, for recruitment. We can put ourselves out there as programs, and so the applicants can see what we are doing. I think that some specialties are doing this already. Can see what we have to offer as they put in their applications. We can promote ourselves on social media. And one of AI's key strengths is processing large amounts of data to inform decision making. So we can use predictive analytics. We can anticipate future trends. The predictive analytics, I would say, is going to become very, very important as time goes on, because as long as more tools are developed, particularly for the ACGM, I'm sorry to talk about them so often, but what can we do? This is where we live. Predictive analytics, we can use some tools to predict, what can happen down the line. Is doing this now going to get me a citation down the line? Is, somebody's underperforming? How can we nip that in the bud before it gets to something worse? In terms of wellness, how can we sort of evaluate wellness, by observation, and how can this be impact the program down the line? And this person, whoever, if it's a person or persons, how can we help them based on what we see that can happen down the line? How can we help this person? And just in many other ways. If you're a surgical specialty, that can be very helpful, because You can see, you can take someone's surgical statistics, pull it up, look at it, see, especially for the rare cases where the resident may be lacking, and you can look down in time and predict how is this, how might this end up? How can we prevent that from happening? Especially, as I said, for rare cases, you know, some maybe a conversation with a site director someplace else to prevent that from happening and prevent yourself from getting a citation. I always want to prevent a citation. It's so much work when you get that, or an AFI or something. Potential uses of the residency program coordinator, potential use of AI, I'm sorry. So a PC could use AI to analyze past events data to predict participation, turnout, or resource usage. They can also automate routine tasks, just as Chelsea and Melissa said. And it also excels at allocating resources effectively and adaptively by constantly learning new data, such as adjusting orders or staffing needs. It can also help us, as I said, to train ourselves and to train others. So, for example, Thalamus, the AAMC does that as well, but Thalamus on their platform, they have, I mean, myriad videos up there for us to train ourselves and maybe point others in that direction for those of us who are not familiar with the platform. I was not familiar with it, and I had to go to, I think it's called Thalamus University, go there and, you know, start learning how to navigate that platform. And as I said before, you know, allocating resources effectively, AI excels at that. Review and update institutional and program policies, generate and update financial guidelines, provide continuous learning, generate program educational and marketing materials, simulate risk management issues for training. And this simulating risk management is very, very important. I think there's a lot of potential here to simulate risk management issues because, you know, that attaches to liability issues for any institute, for a program, but more so for an institution. And so that's another way that AI can impact savings. If we can see what's going to happen, then, you know, we can simulate what might happen, then, you know, it feeds into the training for the residents. It also can help generate data for our APE, which we're working on, CCC, PEC, and our ADS, which I'm sure most of us, if not all, are working on right now, and major program changes such as FTE impacts. So as we all know, for those of us who are working on all these things, the APE requires data, ADS requires data, and AI has the potential to help us access data. I wanted to pull out one aspect of AI, which is NLP, natural language processing. And this is a branch of AI that it enables computers to understand and generate human language. It allows machines to read and listen and even respond in a way that appears natural to us. I'm sure many of us have already called up some place or the other that you can know it's the AI that's talking to you. It's not a human being. Some relevant examples are autocorrect, such as Grammarly, that can help us with errors, style suggestions, and tone analysis, and also autocomplete. We have that in our emails and elsewhere. Conversational AI can mimic human conversation, and it can summarize text and so on. And one, of course, as the ladies mentioned before, ChatGPT is an example of NLP. So in using AI, you know, their ethics, it's not, they're There's some things that we can't just use it irresponsibly, nor can we use it in a vacuum. You know, it impacts certain things. It cannot read everything. And well, for the most, they're trying not to, they're moving away from having, from programming in AI to allowing the machine to think for itself based on the what they've you know, loaded into it, and to have it sort of learn things by itself. But there are some things that it may struggle to adapt to, such as diversity, mental wellness, patient wishes, accountability. It may not be able to engage in deep analysis of the underperforming learner. Opacity, as we mentioned before, data privacy, personalization, effectiveness, and the use of AI tools. So it may struggle to adapt to some of these. And so we have to be, you know, we have to be mindful of that. And the other thing I would say about it is somebody said trust but verify. And the ladies spoke to it too. Chelsea and Mrs. spoke to it too. Trust but verify. Not everything that it spits out is necessarily correct. So you have to pay attention. You have to, you know, check your any output that you get to make sure it makes sense, you know, and for accuracy as well. It's not like it's not a panacea for everything. Okay, so some current ethical questions in AI. Does the technology endanger privacy? That's always a possibility. Does it use personally identifying data, and is it treated securely? You know, part of that I would say is access. Who has access to the information? Does it impact people's trust in the organization? Does it reduce inequalities in society or exacerbate them? That's partly access. And does the technology or its use lead to discriminatory behavior in any way? These are things that we have to, I think we have to consider. As I said, it's not something that can solve every problem. We just throw it in there and sit back, wait for it to, I don't think so. We have to be mindful. We have to be intentional in our use of AI. So the future of AI and GME. So expect to see it make significant inroads in the healthcare training space, an expansion of its role in teaching medical decision making, greater utilization in the operating room to provide residents and medical students with hands-on training, increasing AI input and use in medical school curriculums. That's the AAMC is really big on that. And the AAMC has a pretty substantial library of information and training for on AI and in the UME space and in the GME space. And accreditation decisions will increasingly utilize data obtained with the use of AI. The ACG, I'm sorry, it's a reality, it's coming. There will be an increasing need for skilled personnel to administer AI acquisition use, and stakeholders will need to progressively acquire basic skills. And I put these in bold because I think this is a space where we can lean into that. Again, training, we can, you know, be early adopters. We can acquire knowledge and share it and become skilled in using AI, very skilled in using AI. And so we can be, you know, ahead of the crowd in this space and not waiting for it to come and blindside us from, you know, someplace, ACGME. Okay, so the benefits. So potentially smoother implementation of ACGME and institutional mandates, and streamlining processes like, recruitment, evaluation, didactics, predictors for AFIs and citations, and obtaining and managing ADS and APE data. So, as I mentioned before, the AAMC webinar series on AI in medical education is very helpful because it examines AI, in various medical schools across the country through the eyes of experts. This I can speak to personally because I've been to quite a few of them. It looks like they may have started in 2024, but they have all of them there. Everybody here has access to it. AAMC, we can access that. And much of the peer review work on AI, much of the peer review, literature is housed in Google Scholar. I found some articles in PubMed, but I found more material, I would say, in Google Scholar. So as I mentioned before, ACGM is building, they're building out their AI structure. You can use Kahoot. The ladies mentioned Kahoot, and then there's Pictory to create professional videos. I also went to a training in the School of Graduate Studies, and somebody there was utilizing a very, very cute presentation software called Padlet. I'm sure many of us know Padlet. Padlet, I think, is a very effective way to make presentations. It's a kind of a nice alternative, I would say, to PowerPoint. That's another way. Here are some references, and I'm finished. And it's not because my presentation, it could have been longer, but I didn't want to overwhelm everyone with, too much information. This is just a presentation that I wanted to introduce the topic, and I just wanted us to be aware of what's out there, what might be coming, and how we can access it, how we can use it, and how we can stay ahead of the game. And so, are there any questions? I thank you so much for listening. Anybody?
Do we have any question for Dr. Knight? Did anyone? One over here. Okay. 1 second.
Hi, and thank you for your presentation. My question is, how do you suggest, or is there any suggestions, I should say, on how we can get comfortable with incorporating AI into our everyday?
So I think you can do it in 2 ways. I think the first way is to get some information about it. And I think one of the easiest ways to get information is accessing those presentations from the AAMC, because if you go to the beginning, back to the early 2024, you can see the progression. So you start there, get a little information, and while you're doing that, you can do a search, or more importantly, I would say collaborate with others who are using it. So Melissa and Chelsea are using it, and I'm sure there are others, other coordinators who are using it. And so you could collaborate rather with someone who's using it. What are you using it for? Collaborate. How are you using it? Get some information from them and start. And so I think hands-on will help you get the information first to see, get, not much, but just enough for you to get something going mentally. But hands-on, I think using the technology, I think, is what will sort of train you the fastest. Did I answer your question? Is that okay?
Yes, you did. Any other
Okay.
questions? Keno Williams. Put your hands together for Keno. Doesn't he look good in his pink shirt?
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Knight. So, Dr. Knight, you used the word liability several times.
Yes.
What would be your suggestions to decrease the possibility of liability in the use of AI in the everyday GME coordinator role? In addition to that, which systems you think are the best beginner systems for persons who are not comfortable, who have never used it, and are great introductory systems for these users? So 2 questions. 1, what would you think, what would you suggest to us to decrease liability in using AI? And what are some good introductory systems for anyone who has not used AI before?
Okay, so for someone who has never used it, I would say, as I said, I'm not coming to you as an expert. It's just someone who saw this gap in knowledge. But what I would say is start with ChatGPT. Just throw some things in there. That ChatGPT is able to spit out so much. Just throw some things in there, see what comes back, and really carefully analyze it. That's what I would say. Just for I don't know if neophyte is the word, for someone who has never used it before, I would say start there and expand from there. And in terms of liability, I think that modeling, AI is really good at modeling. And I think modeling different scenarios for the residents, I think, could help to decrease liability. So if you can model what might happen if you lean into something, do things this way as opposed to doing things that way. If you can model it and show what are the possibilities either way, I think that you can draw some conclusions from that. You can say, well, maybe this is the safer way to do this. This is a way that we can reduce liability, particularly for a surgical specialty. If it's non-surgical, I think in some ways the same thing could apply, because you can still do the modeling. AI is big on modeling. AI is good at modeling. And if you can do enough modeling in, training the residents. And another thing, as I'm saying that I thought about, is that if we can sort of take the lead in this, many of our PDs may not be leaning into this yet, or they may be leaning into it in a limited way. And so if you can sort of take the lead in some of this, make these kinds of suggestions to the PDs in terms of how they can train the residents and how AI can help to train the residents, then I think that, I think that's a professional advantage for us as PCs. So I think that to reduce liability, I think modeling is a big thing. Using AI to model different scenarios, and so I think that can be a way to reduce liability, showing people what can happen down the line. Sometimes, people learn in different ways, also, as the lady said. And so some people are visual learners. You tell them, do this way or that way. If you show them the possibilities, then it's more likely that they will lean into what you're saying, that you will get better outcomes. Any other questions?
Thank you, Dr. Knight. We do have one more question for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Knight. Natasha Henry here, Department of Pathology. So thank you for this informative talk. You mentioned the ACGME several times, and that resonated.
Yes.
It resonated.
Yes.
And I would like to think that I'm trying to stay ahead of the curve. So
that's what we all want to do.
That's all what we want to do.
Keep these people away from us. Yes.
Right. So where should we start? What suggestions, recommendations do you have in terms of what area can we start? Can we start with, trying to get ahead of this? Because I do agree with you, it's coming. Especially with their iCloud verification, their iCloud update, and things of that nature. I agree. So,
exactly. I mean, I I hope everybody has, changed their access. The ACGM, they sent out that thing where we have to change the way we access ADS and all the rest of it. I think that's, so we start there, we go with what they're doing. Another way that I said that I thought of that, I should say, just the way that I started, as I said, maybe I didn't mention it, but I went to this course and I saw the possibilities. But apart from that, I sort of observed what the ACGME was doing, what the AAMC was doing. I went to those presentations. I looked at some of them. I sort of what's the word? Try to look at what I am doing and how I am doing it. And I'm not, because I'm not saying I have adopted AI into everything or anything that I'm doing. It's just that I see the possibilities. So I started using ChatGPT for some of what I'm doing, and looking at the possibilities for, like, eventually I wanted to be able to answer even though we're using Thalamus, I looked at looked at some of the capabilities of some of the programs that were out there just to see what they could do for me. Because in looking at my processes, such as email, you have to send out all those, what do you call those things? You have to send out those, sorry, the word is escaping me. Those invitations, I should say, for when we're doing recruitment. And Thalamus is helping us with that, but I'm sure that there are other applications out there that can help with that. Also, if we have to send a mass email for any other reason, if we're having some kind of event. So suppose we're having, like, especially a big department such as medicine and surgery, and you're having something, pathology is big enough. You can use AI to help you to send out all those mass emails and also to filter your documents. So the way I would start, as I said, is get some knowledge from WMC's presentations, just because they are kind of niche presentations. They're for us. Instead of, you can go out there and get information from other places, but I would say start with somebody an organization that feeds into what we do. So I would start there, and then I would sort of link it to some of the things. What do I do that is repetitive, that is tedious, and how can I apply this to what I do? I guess that's what I would say. I'm still working on that for myself, to tell you the truth. It's not easy, but it will become easy. As we do more of it, it will become easy.
Thank you, Dr. Nye. Do we have any other questions? We have one more here.
It's not so much a question. Hi, everyone. DeVarco, Wilkie, OBGYN residency coordinator. But for those of you who are not so sure or a little bit uneasy about this whole AI thing, as a starter point for the downstate faculty, I could tell you this. We do have Percipio. And our Skillsoft, if you're not familiar with it, you could download it on your phone. That's how I do it. And it do have free AI courses that you could go through at your leisure. So just take a look at it. Percipio, it's something that Downstate offers all of its staff members. Use it to your benefits. And it's like an hour or so, 5-hour courses, but you take it at your leisure. Some of them are certificate. You get a certificate at the end. But use it and as a starter point to get a better understanding of what AI looks like and how you could use it to your benefit.
Thank you for that. Thank you. One more thing I wanted to mention, someone mentioned it in the chat, is prompt engineering. And that, for those of us who don't know, there are whole courses that are dedicated to learning prompt engineering, which is the way you put your inquiries into something like ChatGPT. The more you can sort of tailor them to your to what you want. There's a whole skill involved in that. And I would say sort of lean into prompt engineering. Look to see what it is. See if you can become skillful, because the more skillful you are, the better the output that you get from your inquiry. And as I said, there is a whole profession that's associated with that. People who know exactly what to put into the software to get the correct output that we're looking for. Because we always, you can throw anything into something like ChatGPT or, other softwares that are like that, but there's something that you want at the end of the day. And exactly what you want, depends on what you put in, depends on how you word your inquiry. So prompt engineering is something that it's not a bad idea to sort of learn that, to look into that, because the more you can hone that, it's the better the response, and the more you can learn, and the more you can apply to what you're doing.
Any more question? We might be able to take one more. Anyone else? Okay. If we don't have
Thank
any
you.
more, did someone else?
Thank you. I was just saying thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for listening.
Yes. And if you guys don't have any more questions at this time, I would like to thank Dr. Knight for her 19 years in the healthcare industry and her dedication to GME for educating the next generation of physician and program directors as well, because we do that. We train them too, right?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
And
Yes, we do.
and
Thank you so
also,
much.
yes, also thank you for the informative and eye-opening presentation. I know many of us are thinking differently about the role of AI in tech in our daily workflow. So I know I use it quite a lot. And just as one of our commenters stated in the chat, the data you put, if you put in bad information, it output bad information to you. So if you put in good information, you get good information. And it's also very important that you proofread the information that AI spit out. Don't just say, oh, I have all the data, and just take it and run with it. Because at times I've put in information, I'm like, no, that's not what I wanted. So I had to go back, revise, and put in some keywords so that AI can understand exactly what I'm looking for. So proofreading is important. We have a great tool at our disposal. Use it wisely. Thank you, Dr. Knight. Please give her a big round of applause. And Chantel, I'll pass it down to my co-host. She has a few words she would like to share.
Thank you. When Colette, you mentioned that AI is the ability of a computer system to solve and perform tasks that would otherwise require human intelligence. Dr. Knight, you continue to inspire us as coordinators and the GME community through your adaptation and use of AI, and more importantly, your strength and your courage and tenacity. Most of you know Winclett's story, and she's a personal hero of mine. So I would refer to her as our Shiro coordinator. And I do value all your courage. You inspire me, because I know if you've gone through such an ordeal as you tell your story or told your story, any one of us could do the same. And she was the first coordinator who received her doctorate.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we thank you, and we're inspired by you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Please give her another round of applause. And give yourself a round of applause for being here. I know it's not easy being seated for such a long time, but don't worry, we're going to get you up and moving. And I hope today is a very good day for you because we're sharing a lot of information. Our job is not easy. If you guys are like me, when I started in GME, I had no idea what I was doing. I was out on a leave. My chairman called me and said, would you like to do this? I'm like, what is that? Because our previous coordinator had a medical emergency and she just left. So I was thrown in my position. And as most of you know, we don't have any manuals. We're working together, putting these manuals together. Because even now, if you ask maybe your department administrator, what is it that you do? They have no idea. They don't know what we do. We know what we do, right? So, there. So I hope you guys are taking note because most people don't know what we do. Even sometimes when you come in as a new coordinator, you don't know, and this is not a position that you learn overnight. It takes time. It takes you at least a good 3 years to know what it is that we do. Can you imagine someone else coming in and say, oh, what is it that you do? How do you do it? Well, there's a cycle. You have to sit with me all year long for you to learn what it is that I do. Because we don't do the same thing every day. We have seasons that we do things. GME has season. Every season, it's either hot, cold, extra hot, or extra hot, 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 right? Because it depends on what we have going on. So we're getting ready to take a break. But just before we do, we have a raffle for you guys. Do we have the raffle tickets? We have the raffle tickets. I don't even know what mine is, but my number is. But I hope you have your ticket ready so you can win some prize. Let's see. Do you want me to take the ticket, Chantel? I promise to be fair. I don't know anything.
Sure.
All right, let's see. What do we have? I'll even close my eyes.
Does everyone have their tickets out?
Do you have your ticket, Chantal?
No.
What if you're the winner?
I'm not part of the raffle. Okay, everyone has their tickets out. I'll shake it.
Shake and bake it. Okay. If you still have your other ticket, I think mine is still in the bag. I don't know. If you still have the other part of your ticket, you might want to drop it in here for a chance to win.
No,
That's your other. That's your other one. She has them. Yeah, that's yours to keep. Don't put it in there.
All right. And here
Let's see who the lucky winner is. Drum roll, please. And the winner is. Should I start from the? Let me make you guys wait a little bit. 5, 2, 5, 5, 159. Let's say it again. The last 4 numbers are 5159. Do we have a winner? Woo! Wait, how many guys do we have in this?
He's not a winner.
So he's not a winner. Okay, maybe we'll pull another ticket. Should I read this again? Make sure you check your ticket because if we give the prize, that was your chance to win and you just passed it on. Let's say it again. The last 4 digits are 5159. Okay, I think we'll pick another one. Let's see. And this one is, the last 4 digits are 5176. Woo! We have a winner. Come and claim your prize.
Very
nice.
Claim
it for your colleague. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
That was it for now.
Yep.
So how many of you were online on Wednesday for the coordinator wellness event. If you were online, please raise your hand because I do have a little something, but if I have more, I'll give them out, okay? But I want to make sure those who were online with us the other day do actually get one. Oh, sorry, love. You're welcome. Oh, Juliet. And then the other ones, maybe I'll do some questions. If you did get one already, did I give you? Okay.
Okay, so as Shirley distributes the gifts, we'll take a break and we'll come back with our following session on connecting. I'm sorry, connection is the new credential.
So we have a 10
No,
minutes
it's not.
break. Get up, stretch your legs, use the restroom, and come back at 11:20 so we can move into our next session. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Stretch your legs, your hands.
We'll be starting back up in about 3 minutes. 3 more minutes, we're starting, okay? Thank you. Hello, everyone. At this time, we would like to invite you to return to your seats. At this time, we would like to invite everyone to return to your seat. We're doing well. We're doing great with the time, and it seems like you guys are having a lot of fun. You're connecting really good. Well, I want to thank all of you for staying with us. And now we are moving into a conversation that speaks to the heart of leadership, growth, and impact, no matter what your title or position is. But before we hear from our distinguished guests, I'd like to invite someone who embodies authentic connection in everything he does. And when you see him walking, he look like I'm fly. I'm Mr. Superfly. He's always on point. You think you just pull him off from the front of a magazine. So put your hands together. Mr. Hat Pink over here looking good in his pink t-shirt. Put your hands together for not Kino Williams anymore. Excuse me. It's Dr. Kino Williams. Put your hands together for him.
All right. So normally I host this event, and this year Shirley has taken my spot, and it seems that she has intentions of keeping the spot. You know, if I had known that you were going to be this good, I probably would have said no. All right. Welcome, I think we have been having an awesome day so far. All right, we've learned a little bit about AI, a little bit of the residency coordinator manual, and now we are going to hear about something that's near and dear to my heart, networking. I'm going to bring to you to the stage Dr. Janaya Hernandez, and I'm going to give you a quick story in terms of how I met Janaya. So I joined this association, the National Association of Health Service Executives, to which Dr. Hernandez is a member. We went to last November. We have a big awards gala, and Dr. Hernandez was awarded one of the Women of Distinction honor. And I saw when they called her name, she ran up and she walked up confidently to the podium. But then you saw she turned back and she started to run back. And I was like, well, what's going on here? She forgot her speech. Right? Am I right? That's right. So she forgot her speech. And then when she came up to the podium, I think it was on your phone or something like that. Correct. She winged it. And at one point, I think she stopped winging it, and she's like, at this point, and she just closed it, thank you, in the middle of a thought, just thank you. And I was like, this is my spirit person. Because I was awarded the Men of Distinction in June. And I normally use like paper, but I decided to use my phone to speak. And my phone has a little timer that if you don't touch it, it goes off. And it went off like 3 times, and each time I forgot what I was supposed to say next. So at one point I was like, you know what, to hell with this. Thank you. And I was like, this here, from that moment, I was like, you and me is friends forever. All right? But Dr. Hernandez is an accomplished author, speaker, CEO, and Army veteran. So if anybody gets out of line up in here, all right? And it is my distinct pleasure to welcome Dr. Hernandez to the stage, and she's going to touch on networking. And I think this session in itself is networking.
Now, I thought Keno was my friend, but he has tasked me with entertaining you before lunch. And many of us know what happens before lunch, right? Okay, all right, so stay with me, because we're going to be new friends now, so don't do me dirty, all right? Okay. But when I hear the word retreat, right, I think of resetting. So I know you got your snacks. I apologize because I didn't know we were taking a food break. But what I would ask of you to do is to close your eyes and take a couple deep breaths, right? Because we want to reset. Because when I hear retreat, I want to reset and I want to relax, right? So take some deep breaths and resonate with the information you were given this morning. Set the tone for the afternoon. And while you're doing that, right, close your eyes. I'm not going to hurt you back there. Don't worry. While you're doing that, I want you to switch from emotional thinking to logical thinking. And let me tell you why. Because I want you to absorb the information that we are about to tap into in a few. And I also want you to absorb the information that you're going to have after me and retain the information that you were given this morning. So if you feel that the shift has happened, open your eyes and let me know you're ready. We're ready? All right, because I'm got heels on and we're going to be up here a while, so please be kind to me. Be kind to me, okay? All right, so we had dropped off some colorful bags in front of you guys. And I want you to, before you get in, right, I want to let you know that what if I told you the key to your success, all your troubles, everything that's stopping stepped in between you, right, is in that bag? Would you believe me? You'd buy it? You wouldn't? I look like I'm lying? Come on. So don't. True. So you know I'm gonna pick on you because now you got to get to know me. It's called connection. Okay, all right. I'm being honest. What you need to go on, right? This is not just a freebie for conference. I did throw some cards in there. I'll be over at the table, right? Can't do the speech without doing the sales. But what you need to go forward for your residents, for everyone that you coordinate is in that bag. So hop in it. Put your hand down in there, and there's a circular tool in there. And I want you to take it out. Keep going. And I want you to pull it up. You all got one? You too? You got it? All right. And I want you to hold it up. And I want you to flip it around. And I want you to look in it. Look at that. Who's in there? Right? Who's in there? Right? That is the one tool that you all need to be successful, to lead with purpose, to maintain what you're doing right now, to reset, right? You believe me now? Because it was you, my friend, that didn't believe me, right? Right? All right? And I want you to believe it because I'm not just selling it to you. Like, I really want, every now and then you're going to feel this urge and, doubt yourself. We all been there. And I want you to pull that out. Not just to remember me, though I would be grateful if you do, but to reset and recharge and know that everything you need is not in the books, not in all the lectures that we give, but right in your pocket. You have it. It's yours. So if you're confident enough to go forward with that message that I just gave to you, we'll get into the PowerPoint. We good? Did you buy it? Did you buy it? What's your name? Because you didn't, Carletta. Let me sit with Carletta for a minute. It's because I didn't feel you bought. Did you feel the message? And why?
I am the power. I have the power, and I'm going to use the power.
My job is done. We could go to lunch. Thank you. All right. Now, I say that purposefully, right? We all heard of networking, and I'll tell you right now, guys, I make slides, but my superpower is talking one-on-one to people. So we'll go back and you'll remind me to click and all that good stuff. But I really want to resonate and connect because the purpose of today, right, is to build connections, utilize the connections that we build, and add in our secret little sauce of technology. And how do we use technology to move forward with our connections, right? What's these two young ladies? I think you guys were referenced all through the morning, right? So they've given us some tools about AI and just utilizing technology to move forward. I'm going to bring in the other piece and show you how both of them combined will make you unstoppable. And then when you forget that, the little gift that I gave you, you will pull it out and remind you that you are the tool. Fair game? All right. Now with all that, my name is Janaea. I just became a doctor not too long ago. I have my doctorate in strategic leadership. That's why I get to talk all those fancy words that some of them I don't even know what they mean. I'm just being honest. But my daytime job, I'm a hospital director for DaVita, and I cover 13 hospitals in Connecticut. So I drove down here because I believe in each of you, and I thought that this message was really important and need to be shared. Very welcome. Very welcome. So before I got this hospital director job, and it's just a fancy title to me for management, right? I was in the military. I'm a nurse by skill set. And I was in a position that I didn't think that it was of purpose. So then I started, thinking and researching, and I was like, there's got to be more than just the title. Like, I was chasing a title for a very long time because we're taught very young, right? You need to start here, entry level. And the only way to be successful and to move up is to move out of entry level and get to middle management. And then you're in middle management for so long, and then you need to move into director and so on and so forth. But I am here to rebuke that because I've gone through those stages. And my most meaningful connections was when I was on the floor, middle management, coordinating the chaos. That's when my purpose was. That's when all my connections were made. And that is how I actually got to my next destination, how I opened my business, and so forth and so on. So when you hear that chatter, I want you to tell them that that is false, and it has been proven. And the higher up you get, the more removed you get from having those connections. And then you forget, right? And then it's our job to remind them, right? Who does all the work, right? I'm very grateful for my team because I show up with the data information. But sometimes I cannot be on the floor for weeks. So am I doing all the work? No. And I honestly say that. And they know that. I buy them lots of lunches. I do. I do. But I say all of that because I know that it's up to us. It's up to this group to remind and reset, right? Because many of us are training our bosses. Raise your hand if you ever trained your boss. How did that make you feel? First, tell me your name, where you're from, and then give us your answer.
I'm Nancy Mingoya. I'm the admin for dermatology here at Downstate.
All right. Okay, Nancy. All right. And you've trained your boss. And at the end of the day, when you see what, you don't have to tell us your boss name. We won't call you out like that. When you train your boss and you see your boss go into the room and give all the information that you poured into he or she, how does that make you feel?
First, I said thank you because he did a great job.
Oh, all right, Nancy, that was not the answer I was looking for. So your boss is very lucky to have you. So humor me and pretend you didn't like it, okay? Because usually that is not the feeling. Usually you are behind the scenes doing all the work and you feel underappreciated, undervalued, and you're trying to figure out how did they get there because they didn't know what they were doing and why am I stuck where I am, right? And what if I told you I know the answer and how to get you out of that? Would you believe me? And what is your name and what do you do?
My name is DeFarco Wilkie, and I'm the program coordinator for OBGYN.
All right, okay. So the way to get out of that is to build connections with your partners and to make networking purposeful and work for you. And I don't mean like old school networking, like I do love a conference, Keno, right? We love a conference, NAHSC, shout them out, right? But that is just not all networking is. Networking happens with your colleagues, networking happens with your bosses, networking happens within your departments, networking happens at every level. And when you do it correctly, it is very successful. And the outcome is the Kenos, right? The Nancys who love their bosses. I have never heard that. That is the first. The Janaeas, right? Who put in the time, but outside of a role. With combining it back inside with a role. So that is some of the topic that we will be talking about today. And I will always go in the audience because I like a conversation. I can talk to you via Zoom. No disrespect to our hybrids, but I feel that meaningful purpose and things to get resonated start with coming in the crowd and networking. And what, I know your name. You're the reason why I'm out of breath. That's all right. All right. So we went over a little bit, why are we here, right? My purpose today, my sole job today, is to inspire you to own your leadership journey with no title needed. That is my job. I'm going to highlight how connection and technology can help guide your growth. And I see you head nod, so I think we're on the same path, right? Right? What's your name?
Natasha Henry.
Natasha Henry. And what do you do?
I'm the program coordinator for pathology.
All right. And Natasha, if I asked you, what is one thing that you were hoping to get out of today?
Connect with my colleagues and learn more about AI.
That's okay. We don't take points away. Don't worry. One of the other things that we are going to do today is we're going to reconnect, we're going to reset, and we're going to reimagine your role. And then we're going to review some tangible items like core and growth method, and I'll get into that. And at any time you can stop me, ask a question, share your thoughts. If I like to read facial expressions, so if I see those eyebrows go up, I'm coming over. So we tapped in a little bit, right? Why this talk? Why now? Why do you think? What is your name? What do you do? And answer the question.
My name is Taylor. I'm not a program coordinator. I'm a clerkship coordinator, but I'm just here to learn. And I think that
Hold on, Taylor. I'm going to help you do one thing. Never belittle yourself. So you are going to start over and you are going to tell us with confidence, because I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know the difference in the role. So you are just going to tell me who you are, what you do, as if you are the president, because to you, you are. Ready?
my name is Taylor. I am the clerkship coordinator for OBGYN. I'm just here to gather information and learn. And this talk matters because I think in order to grow and prosper, connections and, just being with your peers, your colleagues is really the key.
Good job, Taylor. Give Taylor a clap, right? Give her a round of applause, right? Because you basically hit my whole PowerPoint, and I appreciate that, right? We're going to define what leadership looks like, and we did that with Taylor, right? Standing in our now, right? I don't care at what level you are. When you introduce yourself, you say with power, because it doesn't matter, right? We're going to show how connection creates growth. I've heard from multiple people, right? One of the things they want to get out of today is connecting with their peers. I'm coming your way. Don't think because you look that way, I'm not coming, right? What is your name and what do you do?
Natasha Sagal from neurology.
Okay. And what is something that you would like to get out of today?
I want to learn something new, and I really like this reset, rethink, and redefine.
All right. Okay. Right? I'm going to provide you some tools so that you will be able to lead from any seat. Our friend right there let us know how that works, right? And we're going to empower each other with some actions starting when? Yes. Keno, can I go? Because they have it under control. You're right. I'm focused. Regroup, scratch that from the video, please. All right? Okay. So I don't want to say no. We think that, right? Credentials are the necessary, right? They're the start of what we need to get to where we're going. But nope, credentials just open doors. Connections keep them open. And a lot of times we are trying to open doors we don't have keys to, right? How many times have you tried to open a door you don't have a key to? And how did you feel when you found the key to the door that was necessary? I'm telling you, this is a brilliant group. I might take half. Right? Let's look at this slide. Because my friend right here already let us know, right? When we doubt, we're on what? Right? When you came in this morning, what were you on? I was tired till our friend Shirley over there woke me up from my drive, right? When we doubt ourselves, what's the first thing we do as women? No disrespect to the men, but especially melanated women, right? Because there is a percentage out there saying that we are the highest percentage of educated, I think, right, is it in the US? Right? Right? So what do? As soon as we doubt ourselves, we go to school. I'm a serial student. All of the credentials ain't even on the slide. Right? We chase the certification, we chase the degree, because we think that's what's going to get us here. Right? And what happens after that? We notice that it doesn't work. And we're broke. Because if you're in this economy right now, you know that they're not giving grants for school anymore, right? Okay. So then we shift. That's where they pull me in, right? And I let you know that this side of the slide is unnecessary. And I pull you to this side of the slide. And I tell you that conversations start filling your gas tank. Right? Building connections start filling your gas tank. And I don't mean just conversating with your peer. I mean getting out, going to the lunchroom, all that good stuff, right? Conversations fill your gas tank. What happens from conversations? How many of us have gotten a job because we were referred? I did. I'm here today from one. Right? What comes from referrals? If I refer you, what do we have now? Right? Because we made friends just for me telling you did something wrong. Right? Trust. And then we keep our gas tank full from that. So I have a question, and I'm going to go around the room. You already know. Don't hide your head from me, because that is what makes me walk over to you, right? Who are you building with right now? The one who we thought was the winner and he wasn't. Yes. You. Right? That's right. You stand up with that one. Okay? What's your name?
Kwame Luke.
All right. There's no beef. You do know that, right? Okay. All right. Okay. I just want to make sure. Who are you building with right now?
Everybody.
All right. I hear that. And when you say everybody, who do you mean? Because everybody's a lot of things. I have my doctorate. I'm going to ask a question from a question. I'm just warning you.
Everybody have something to offer. It may be different, so you can't be impartial.
I love it. You can come on tour with me. I love it, right? Who are you building with?
My family.
I hear that. And what is your name and what do you do?
My name is Arlene Edwards-Bones, and I am the residency coordinator for dermatology.
Right, right? Family, very important. Don't tell mines. I forgot to put them in the slide. I have a big family. Who are you building with? You smiled, so I came over.
My name is Venetia Smith, and I'm the program coordinator for allergy and immunology. And who am I building with right now? My friends, my family, my coworkers, because you can learn something different from everybody.
I love it. I love it all. That is correct. There's no wrong answer, right? It's whatever resonate with you at the time. And your answer will change throughout the course of your life, your career, right? Family will be the foundation, and then they grow and leave, right? If you have adult children like I do, they never leave, but still paying bills for them, still paying bills, right? I have another question, right? How do you define leadership from your seat? You called me over. You looked in my face.
By helping others and working together with your team.
And what is your name and what do you do?
My name is Diana, and I am the practice manager for Division of Dentistry.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Have you ever been a mentor or a mentee?
Yes, I have.
And are you mentoring anyone right now?
I just mentored some volunteers, and they wrote me a beautiful card of how grateful they are for.
I picked, you know what? She didn't tell me that before. That was aligned perfectly. Thank you, right? Mentorship is what defines leadership, right? Whether you're the mentee or the mentor. Being poured into like your coordinators, RFCF have done for you today, right? Pouring education, these two lovely ladies, right? Getting up in front of a group and passing on information, not gatekeeping, right? All leadership, right? All defines leadership. And you don't have to be at any level to do that. That is what it is to define leadership from the seat of where you're standing. And I've already told you guys this, right? You're already leading. So I want you to raise your hand if you ever calm down a panicked resident. You got two hands. You two hands. Juggled 6 or more emails. Everybody should have their hand up. Mine's is beeping right now. Right? Built a spreadsheet, right? Girls, come on. You built the whole manual. Right? Smile through a Zoom call even when you didn't want to. I think that got the most hands, but we will. This is a safe space. I promise I won't tell. All of these things are definitions of leadership, right? There's our technology piece right there. I am awful at Excel. My coordinator is a whiz at Excel. She gets great Christmas gifts because she helps me all the time with Excel, right? But I couldn't do what I do without her. So you already know that many of the people that you are direct reports to or reports to you can't do it without you. This is one of my favorite slides, right? We already talked about leading without the title, right? What's in the middle? Why do you think so? Hold on. We're not all wellness coaches here. Come on.
Influence matters.
Right? Okay. Everything comes from influence, right? Advocacy, relationships. Look at that word. Coordination, right? System. You heard my soapbox about systems, right? One conversation can change everything. One, right? Because we're now friends, especially me and you. We're now friends. We're definitely friends. I love your accent, by the way. Friends. I'm trying to get adopted to your family, so we are definitely friends, right? My friend back here. What is your name and what do you do? Don't be shy. We're family.
My name is Hannah. I'm the director of GME at Greater New York.
Right? One. Now we are going to remember each other, right? You can clap. Oh, I thought she was clapping for you. We'll clap for you anyway. Don't worry. Right? Your impact begins with one connection, not permission. Does that make sense? How does that make you feel?
Good.
It does? Why?
Because just to know that you have the hope of with the connection that you can move forward, like anything that gives you hope gives you joy.
What is your name?
Deion Davis.
What do you do outside of here? Not your job here. What do you do out? I have noticed in healthcare that we all do something outside of our job, right? Every single one of us. What do you do outside of here?
Okay, outside of here, I own a beauty and cosmetic brand. Outside of here, I work with a local assemblywoman. Those are the main things.
See? How did I know? How did I know? Because your key word there was joy, right? And many of us right now, unfortunately, work is not bringing joy. So what do we go do? Right? We go chase it, right? We find something else. So we're already doing the networking, right? So we have to find a way to bring the joy back into work and connect it. Make sense? So this is a busy slide, but not. I don't know if I let you guys know I'm an author. So I have 3 books. A couple of them are in the bags that I provided for you. A 4th one will be coming out soon. And my books are about networking. And I structure these acronyms because I like to make my life easier if you haven't noticed. And I call them cheat sheets because I'm a nurse, right? So everything has an acronym. That's how we remember, right? And one of the most engaged, I will have to say, is the CORE method. And it's short for cultivate, open up, reach out, right? And engage. All the things that we're doing today. You showed up, right? We had to register for this event, correct? Right? So we showed up, cultivating, right? Seeking opportunities for growth, right? Raise your hand if you're currently seeking opportunities for growth. And it doesn't have to be with a promotion, just in general, adding on a task, wanting to learn a new project. It's what we do, right? Open up. I've heard over and over again that one of the things you wanted to get out of today is engaging with your coworkers, right? Connecting, right? Sharing ideas and insights. That's the purpose of today, to bring you guys information on how to make your lives better, right? Reaching out. Anybody here go to networking events outside of work? I know you do. Anybody else? Yeah? No? Why not? Oh, you gave I didn't know what that meant. Sometime-ish? Okay, that's fair. Do you feel you get benefit from doing it? Okay. And do you pour what you get from these networking events and bring it back to work? All right, okay, all right. And engage. That's what we're doing now, right? We're all engaging. I haven't lost anyone yet, and I'm right before lunch, so I'm doing all right. I think I'm doing good, right? We are engaging. And that's probably because the information resonates, right? It's not something new. It's not something we don't know. It's just a reminder that we need. Every now and then we need a reminder. Now we get to the technology part, right? And do any of you use technology as a form of networking? I see you. You're live. Tell everybody I said hello. You said sometime? Why sometimes?
I just think that certain social network platforms are for certain things. I'm trying to get out of that mindset, but I think for Instagram, because I have independent media, so I have that for community outreach, projects, productions outside of work. But for LinkedIn, that's where I'm looking at as a professional. Like, okay, let me get the things that are my credentials, and I see them as separate entities instead of a fusion, which is what I'm working on right now.
So it's fair to say that each of those profile pictures are different, right? Instagram has what you do with your family, right? You can, like, we're on vacation doing what we got to do. And your LinkedIn profile has a business suit. Okay. Are we going to blend it at any point?
I think that's what, when I saw that, my face was like, ugh, because it's like it's a way to blend it, but it's how you blend it, because some things may not transfer. Like, I'm more of an expression person versus language. So for me, I can be in networking spaces and make those networks, but when it comes to putting on paper or even introducing myself to my team, it's like, what do I start with?
Good call. What if I told you were just enough, that you didn't have to pause, right? You didn't have to pause. Everyone's thinking the same thing. All you have to do is introduce yourself. That's it. And it starts with hello. That's all. Prompt questions, right? Don't give it all. Prompt questions. That's what the resume is for. I need like a clicker, right? And we just conversated about that, right? Technology doesn't replace connection, it accelerates it. So you want to utilize all your platforms as a way of networking. And that networking doesn't always have to be, again, for a new job, right? I learned really early in my career to utilize LinkedIn to actually showcase some of the projects that I do during work, because I know my boss is on there. Thank you. Right? I know that my colleagues are looking. I know that they're breezing through my Instagram trying to get a piece, because we don't share everything. We don't. We gatekeep. You can't get everything. I don't want you knowing what I do at happy hour. I don't. Right? So you can utilize those platforms to help actually get your promotion, or get the things that if you're an introvert, raise your hand, and you can do it shyly, because I know. Right? So AI would be your friend, right? LinkedIn would be your friend, because you can brag on there from behind the scenes and then build up the confidence to brag in person, right? Who's your coworker? Who's your works in your department here? I figured, right? So if she sees that you did a project and you put it on, she's most likely to be in the cafeteria saying, "Did you see this?" Right? Shy bragging. That's what it's called. And don't be ashamed to do it. Right? Pull out the mirror. I'm telling you. So now we combine it all together, right? Technology. Tools replace titles. Your systems create your credibility. Network. Conversation plus community equal job titles. Do we believe that? Right? That's saying what? Birds of a feather flock together? Right? Building your advisory board. Making your community correct. And then connection, right? The currency of influence built through visibility and value. What do you think about that? I gotta go to my friend here. You've been hiding. Let me come over. Hold on. She had us dancing this morning, so I'm not as energetic as I would be. What do you think about that? What is your name and what do you do?
Frebsy Rosario, I'm Program Coordinator of Kings County Primary Care.
And what does that sentence say to you?
I have a job.
Do you believe it?
Yes.
Are you an introvert?
Yes.
So this makes you very uncomfortable. That's okay. I'm coming over to you again. Don't worry. What is that? I know you're not shy. What does that sentence mean to you?
It's important to be visible and show up with the value that you have. You're building connection.
How do you do that?
In every room I show up in, I'm authentically me. And in doing that, I know I'm giving value.
Love it. And every room you show up in, you're authentically you. So you don't have the multiple profile pictures. I got you, right? One connection that shifted everything. I want to know. We'll go to you. Who helped you grow?
Oh, wow. I am so blessed. I have so many people in my environment who helps me to grow because I couldn't do it alone. My kids, my husbands, I didn't say husbands. But it's okay. It's okay. Hey, I can have husbands. What's wrong with that?
We know who helped your grow, right?
I bet, you know what? I bet I woke you guys up, didn't I? Yeah, of course, my children, of course, my husband, my church community, especially here too, since, it's my first year at Suny Downstate. Everyone here that I've connected with, especially Juliet and Keno. So they really have impacted me and helping me to grow in my position here at Downstate and the network opportunities that they offer. Because when Keno shared that he was with NACI and I was invited to attend the event last year, I became a member of NACI. And yeah, and when I know Steve too. And then when Juliet, we had the coordinator dinner, I think in December, she said she was with Insana. I went and registered for Insana. So, these are the things, the shared of information. These things are helping me to grow. And of course, my friend here, Jackie, last year, she held my hand like her baby to help me build thalamus because I was pulling my hair out. I almost had no hair left. But, I have different people in my environment who helps me to grow.
So you're intentionally building your community.
I want to share that. The last 2 years, I was really intentional about networking. I said to myself on my dream board, the next 2 years, I'm going to be intentional with networking. So every opportunity, every event, anything that was happening, you can look, you're going to find me there. And this is how I became a Global Peace Ambassador, due to the networking opportunities. And now I'm working at an international level. I was just in Mexico last week working on declaration, meeting important people that are changing the world. And I was part of that opportunity to say, hey, I was there working on this declaration to make AI better for all of us and our children as well.
You know what? Kudos. Give a round of applause for that. I love that. Now, we've heard from a couple of folks who have someone that's helping them growing. Is there anyone here who feels they do not have someone that is pouring into them? No? Amazing. I usually have at least one person. And we gather together and make sure that we support that person that's not feeling that they're getting growth. So if you secretly feel it, look out, connect out. Look to your left, look to your right, and utilize the people in this room. Because somebody should be helping you grow. It starts with you, right? Starts with your reflection, but network and build your community. I think we touched on this. I think it was in my circle over there, right? Your reputation is your resume, right? What do people say when you're not in the room? Right? We need some. I think that question needs to be at the college level because we have some young, early careerists. They forget that, right? Everything is on social media, everything, and we try to remind them, be mindful of it, right? Right? So we're talking about growth. Getting back into it, right? From connection to career growth, the growth method, right? Generate. Offer meaningful ideas that drive progress forward. We talked about utilizing technology, putting projects on there if you're shy, letting the world know what you're doing, right? Reaching out. Build and expand relationships with trust and loyalty. Our friend right here is like the dictionary for that. She's international. Love that, right? Optimize. Make the most of available resources and opportunities. You're all doing that today, right? You're invested in yourself. This is your most lucrative investment, you. Don't be cheap with it. Treat it like Gucci, right? Wins. Demonstrate excellence in achieving successful outcomes. All the top will get you there. Our last method, right? We hear about health equity all the time. What about self-equity, right? Necessary, needed. Another form, very important, right? Evaluate. Where are you undervaluing yourself? We all do it at every level. I don't care if you have $10 in the bank or $1 billion. We all do it, right? Quiet the noise. Silence self-doubt and comparison. Trigger words. Toxic. Not all the time is it someone else's fault. A lot of the times it's our own. Right? Understand your power. Right? How many of you think you're powerful? Everybody should raise their hand. After you leave today, you should definitely raise your hand if someone else asks you the question, because you are, and you have the tool to remind yourself, right? Invest intentionally. Doesn't have to be lucrative, doesn't have to be expensive, but it definitely should be intentionally. Time, energy, and boundaries. I'm not staying past 5:30 if my son has a soccer game and I didn't do anything wrong. Those days are over. I think that's as a Gen Z, they will leave. They will go. No questions asked. They come from a different time. Not only will they leave, they will not be back because we asked them to stay late. I have learned from that generation. I have, right? Tell your story. Own it. Tell it your way. And yield results. All the top should get to the bottom. I think it's a rap song, right? Meek Mills. It's levels to this. It's my theme song when I'm driving in. Yes. Reclaim your worth in the world that undervalues you. It's rough right now. So now we come to the middle, right? Look again. You already know the answer, right? Who's the connection? I'm going to take you to a story that's going to tie everything in, right? When I didn't have the title but still made the room, because I always wasn't in the position that I am now. When I first graduated nursing school, I only wanted to be a floor nurse. This was not even imaginable. Not where I come from, didn't have a lot of mentors, no one was invested in me, right? I left, went to the military, came back, and I was like, what am I going to do? And I was like, oh, guess I'm going to nursing school. That was the thing to do back then. You had to be a nurse or a doctor, right? I went to nursing school. I graduated. First job, I met a lady named Eileen. And right away, I don't even think I had my license for 2 days. And she was like, I'm going to train you to be more than a nurse. And I was like, I just learned pharmacology. Let's take it slow. It was rough. It was difficult. And she was like, nope, see something more in you. And that was difficult for me because it wasn't something that I had that kind of conversation before. So I was like, what is this lady talking about? What's she trying to do to me? I'm not doing her job. Because that's what my mind went to. This lady want me to do her job. I'm coming in to room these patients and go home. And she was like, nope. You have too much talent. You're not going to just be doing it by the bedside. I understand that you love that. I understand that's what you want to do. But she saw something else in me, and she literally mentored me, put me in rooms where no one else would. And I had no title. I was just a floor nurse. She was invested in me because she saw that I was not invested in myself. And it switched. And I was like, oh, I could do this. And I don't got to do Eileen's job. I like this. I'm going to ride this path for a little bit longer. And then I got more mentors because I started networking and going out. And I took the method that she gave. Like she would always, I was always her plus one. So if she would go to an event, she'd be like, you're coming. And she would introduce me. And at first I was like, I thought it was like, what's that movie where they kidnapped the boy? Oh my God. It was like a white lady. Yes, Get Out. And I was like, oh, I don't know about this, right? But she had a reason for what she was doing. She wholeheartedly believed in me, and she was waiting for me to believe in myself. And when I started believing in myself, Eileen started to fade away. And she would tell me, I'm not doing it on purpose, but now you got it, right? And that is what the foundation and the start of today is, right? You have a group of people back there that believe in you. What is it? It's the 5th cohort, they said, right? It's a lot of work to find speakers and all the tablecloth that matches, right? I plan parties, I know, right? Get awards, be biased, right? It is a lot of work. So you have a group of people that believe in you and they're waiting for you to catch up. So I poured a lot into you. So now you have homework, right? What's your next move? I know you took a breath, right? Something should be resonating, right? Mine should be going. Should start looking like the AI picture that they always have, right? With the little thing in the middle, right? Lead loud from right where you are, right? That's the next move. That's a shift. Make one new connection, and you can't count me as it. Gotta count someone else because we're friends now, right? Try one new tech tool. It could be the manual, right? Say one bold thing this week. Not sassy bold, because we want jobs, right? Okay, right? And start where you are. Don't wait to the next title. Start where you are now and use what you have. All the formulas to get in touch with me, I will make sure that it is shared. Now we come to the fun part, and if we have any questions or suggestions, I would love to answer. I give a lot and I ask a lot. So there's always questions in between. Go ahead. No, hold on.
I'm just curious on your books. You said you're working on your 4th one. So what is the first 3? Yeah, I know it's not working, but you know.
So I have a couple of them here today. So my first book was called The Power of Connection. It's actually what based my company. That one book provided me speaking opportunities like this. I teach seminars. All that came from that one book, and a whole lot of love and community rallying up behind me, which prompted the second book, right? Because now we're networking and we're giving you the tools that you need. Now what, right? What's next? Next move. That's where growth from connection to growth came from. Because you're out networking, you're building the connections. Now, what do I do with it? So I told you what to do with it, right? Then my kids told me, Mom, now everybody wants to hear about networking. But we like to hear about networking, so you need to make a fun book. So I made a fun book. I made a fictional story about how to utilize the tools that I gave you in the not so fictional and made a fictitious, character and wrote a book. And then I got the seal of approval from my children, so I know I'm doing okay. And then going on these speeches and, connecting with the audience, I felt something was missing. And I kept hearing everybody talk about health equity, but nobody was talking about themselves. What are we doing with health equity, right? So that is how self-equity formed. Those are all the books. And I have a couple of them here today. So I will, after break, be set up in the corner if you would like to purchase one. Then you don't feel obligated, because one of my missions is to get the message across and for everyone to have a little bit of confidence and know that they're already a leader. That is my main mission. When I wrote the book, when I do the speeches, when I do the seminars, my main mission, my main goal, I don't have to make $1. If I know that you now can lead, and you can lead, and you can lead, and you can lead right from where you are. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Now you know I have a challenge. Wait until I come back, because she said I challenge her to pace around the room and get you all dizzy before lunch. So thank you, Dr. Hernandez, for your powerful message and the wisdom you shared. Your words are a reminder that our greatest impact often begins with how we relate and uplift those around us. And at this time, I like to invite Chantel. Are we going into another raffle at this time? And the award, I believe we're going to be doing the award ceremony now. Okay? So let's take this opportunity to build, connect, and we connect. We're doing the award ceremony now, right? So I would like to welcome back my co-host, co-host, Miss Chantel. So please, guys, you guys should just get up for a little bit. Let's get up, because you guys been sitting for a very long time. Let's get up, let's stretch, and then we're gonna do the award ceremony. We'll stretch after lunch. How about that? Yeah, okay, we'll stretch after lunch. Kino? Okay. So Kino's gonna come and stretch.
Everyone feeling okay? All right. Everyone feeling okay? Let's give ourselves a round of applause for girl power.
Chantel,
for pink.
The guys in the room are feeling left out. Let's give ourselves a round of applause for girls power. Woohoo!
And the men who wear pink.
And the men who wear pink.
We appreciate you. Okay, our next presentation is a favorite of the RPCF, which acknowledges and recognizes coordinators in aspects of recognition and pays tribute to especially recognize the coordinators and administrators for their invaluable service and role in their program, the RPCF, GME, and the institution. The award categories are measured by specific rubrics for selection of nominees by the award committees. and there are 4 categories. We have the RPCF Humanitarian Award. We have the RPCF GME Rising Star Award. We have the RPCF Professional Development Award. And we have the RPCF GME Distinguished Service Award. And we also have an award for the MIMO coordinator. So I'll first introduce Robin to say a few words on behalf of the MIMO coordinator award. I couldn't remember the entire word.
It's okay. It's okay. MIMO's good. We've changed our email address from Maimonides Med to MIMO, so just call us MIMO. It's a lot easier. Nobody could spell it anyway. So it's always awful to be last because you're the and Maimonides. So my kids were happy when we got a dog. So it was no longer and Veronica, it became and Ollie. So she was happy not to be the and. So though we're last and we're the and, MIMO has got a great team. So every year you give us criteria that make us think about our coordinators in different ways. And so we had the nominee criteria. We had a group of people together. There were so many great coordinators, but based on the criteria given and the focus areas of empowerment, innovation, collaboration, mentorship, automation, and streamlined workflow, we thought about our coordinators, and everyone is deserving. They're amazing. But this year, we chose the coordinator who for years has been applying streamlined thinking. And I'm really into linear thinking these days. Like I'm into critical linear thinking. I'm a little obsessed with it. Who is themselves linear, who is automated, who has gone paperless for more years than I can remember, who is consistent in all documentation, has learned to use technology. I'm also pivot table obsessed, which all of you know, use pivot tables and can now run their own data. And who can move every system, whether it's getting their brownstones renovated or getting something fixed. So taking in all of the qualities together, we have given the award to Grace Menino, who should be virtual, Grace, surprise, because she doesn't have the book. She's the only one who doesn't have the book. Well, if you're there, Grace, are you there?
Can you hear Grace? I'm so happy for you. Oh my gosh.
My peeps.
Can you hear me?
Congratulations, Grace.
So happy, Grace. Oh, the camera isn't working.
Well, we can hear you, though.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
oh,
we can
hi.
hear you.
Can you see?
Oh, it's
Oh my God,
Grace.
thank you so much. I am so honored. Thank you. I'm having a delay here.
It's okay. You're there. Grace is kind of shy, if you believe it or not. So do you want to say something, Grace, other than you're honored? Because I don't want to make you uncomfortable.
No, this was unexpected. I just want to say thank you so much. And yes, definitely, I'm truly honored. I don't know what else to say. I mean, this is, honestly, I just believe that this is more of a reflection of a teamwork more than anything else. I mean, I am so lucky to have such supportive and talented people around me, and definitely to include you, Robin. You're the number one. Thank you again. I am very, very honored.
So thank you for including us. Thank you, Grace. Thank you for giving us a chance to honor our coordinator with you, and we'll remain the Ann Maimonides in the future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next category of awards is the Humanitarian Award. This person goes far beyond the scope of her responsibilities as a GME coordinator, whether it's donating or helping prepare for our coordinators' retreat or our annual fair, creating wellness initiatives and ensuring her trainees feel supported. She brings heart to everyone around her. This person is an anchor for those around her, a quiet but powerful force for good who impacts is felt far beyond the walls of her program. Her selflessness and generosity which embodies the very essence of humanitarian service, are genuinely appreciated. A devoted and contributor to the UHD Health Fair, she and the Department of Dermatology has generously provided skincare and dermatological products as well as thoughtful giveaways. She is a true humanitarian. And the humanitarian award goes to none other but Nancy.
Nancy Mengola. Nancy, please join us.
Nancy, please join us.
And congratulations to Nancy for receiving the RPCF Humanitarian Award 2025. And it reads, in recognition of outstanding humanitarian contribution to your fellow coordinators in the Downstate community, the Residency Program Coordinators Forum honors Nancy Mengoya, August 1st, 2025.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Had I known, I would have did my hair.
Well, this is therapeutic.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Nancy.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Really surprised. I had no idea. Thank you.
She's speechless.
I truly am. And that's not usual, but I just have to say thank you so much. And I'm so privileged and honored to receive this. But I want to say thank you to all of you because we are a team and we all rely on each other. And I'm happy to come to work every day. And I say thank you.
Very good, Nancy.
Okay, our next category of awards is the GME Rising Star Award. As the PD, I have come to realize that without this person, I may not have survived the deadlines to meet all the regulations. She knows the boundaries of people and is sensitive to the stresses each day and is sensible to the daily stresses. I found her to be very respectable of everyone. The charm in her is a natural gift, rarely seen nowadays. I know that this person is well and to feel fortunate, and she is my program coordinator and my pillar of support. Since stepping into her role, she has consistently gone above and beyond expectations. She adapts quickly. One of the most impressive contributions was creating an onboarding workflow that reduces the processes of her fellow residents by 40%. Her potential for leadership is evident, and her dedication for supporting our fellows' success is truly inspiring. She possesses and exhibits the skills, dedications, and passion necessary to excel and have been excelling as a nephrology fellowship coordinator. It gives me my great pleasure to announce the Rising Star Award to none other but Miss Diane.
Please put your hands together for Ms. Diane Edward Reed. Please come up. Congratulations. You see the power we have today? Today we have the power to make people cry, to make them happy, to congratulate them, and celebrate their milestones with them. Come on up, Diane. And this award is from the GME Rising Star Award in recognition of your ongoing and exceptional growth and for your contribution to the GME profession in August 2025, I think it says 2025, this clear thing. The Residency Program Coordinator Forums honors Diana Edward Reed. Congratulations, Diana.
I need to take a deep breath. I have no words. I have no words to express gratitude. Dr. Sagi, I'm going to get him, my program director. But above all, I want to thank everybody. It's about 3 years I'm doing this. And I came in with absolutely no experience, absolutely nothing. I knew nothing, but the Suny Downstate Program Coordinators Forum, you have no idea what a backbone you are. There's a body, but without a skeleton, the body cannot survive. And this is who you are, the skeleton to every program coordinator, because you have been a foundation for me, a very strong one. And I got through it in these 3 years, and I could not have done it without many of you, all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kino. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Our next category of awards is the Professional Development Award. And I would like to have Miss Marilyn Williams come up to say a few words.
Please put your hands together. This is not just anybody, y'all. This is Kino Williams, Dr. Williams' mom. So please give her a big round of applause
As many of you
for
know,
sharing this amazing person with us.
this is Kino's mom, and she has a few words to say on behalf of her son, who's receiving the Professional Development Award.
Good afternoon to you amazing people. I too feel the part of this work at Downstate through the warmth, love, and appreciation I receive from everyone. Thank you. I am Marilyn, Kino's mom. I work in the carnival industry in Trinidad and Tobago for several years and never played mass in my life. So you all know I ain't no frontline person. I operate from behind the scene. So bear with me, please. I am no speaker. It is truly an honor, and I'm humbled to be asked to share a few words on my son's journey on becoming Dr. Kino J. Williams. From a young child, Kino knew what he wanted. He was addicted to learning and was always reading. His library consisted of a collection of comic books. That's the truth. But was always ahead of his studies. In secondary school, he was referred to as a model student by his form teacher. But let me tell you, not without challenges. Other than the comic book, he reading, he's studying with music playing, the TV on, loud. Seemed like madness to me, but we survived. He is a stand your ground person. On several occasions, I was called to the school because Kino challenged the teacher on the definition of what his signature is. And guess what? They sent him home again. He proved his definition right, and that's a story that he can give. He then became a prized possession of that said teacher and the principal, Dr. Sandy, up to his doctoral studies. God rest Dr. Sandy's soul, he has passed. Kino drives a hard bargain in all that he does and is a stickler for professionalism. I thank God I was able to be part of this doctoral study as I had just retired and relocated to New York to live with him. I was able to see and be part of that journey, and it was not an easy one, but most certainly achievable, with great support and most importantly, God. So congratulations on this award for professional development, Dr. Kino J. Williams. Thank you.
At this time, we're going to ask Dr. Williams to join us up here. This Professional Development Award is in recognition of your continued professional development of self and the profession 2025. The Residency Program Coordinator Forum honors Dr. Kino William Saidi.
Kino, we have some additional commendations for you. Yeah. Kino was a self-nominee, but I would like to turn that over and undo the self-nominee as he possesses the more than enough of the professional development skills. But he advocated for himself, as many of us do not. And I want him to be an example of what leadership, of what sacrificing time for the benefit of the coordinators. I think it's true to say that without Kino, you know, yes, the coordinator forum would exist, but many initiatives come from Kino. He has ideas in which like nobody could think of, and he's like on point with many of these initiatives. So we want you to know that, you know, you're the force behind this forum, and we appreciate all you do for the executive committee and also for the forum in itself. In his self-nominee, he outlined certain roles that he took and why he is deserving of this award. In 2024, he was awarded the Suny Chancellor Award for Excellence in Professional Services and was named a Regional National Associate of the Health Service Executive. He continued to lead Downstate Physicians Community Lifestyle Fair, which has brought healthcare resources and educate to almost 1,500 fairgoers. He published his dissertation, a study on how to improve the coordinator's well-being to benefit the entire team. And when I say to benefit the entire team, as you know, Kino, you know, he advocates for himself, definitely, but he also advocates for a lot of the coordinators. He's always sending emails, trying to have the coordinators develop more, fighting for rights or non-rights sometimes, and always in the best of our interests. In 2025, he was promoted to the Department Administrator of the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Science. This promotion, he says, is a huge step forward to persons with a heavy GME background, and as we are often pigeonholed into only GME positions. And I want to not only congratulate you, but on behalf of the entire RPCF forum, we want to thank you immensely for all your service, all your efforts, and all your work, all the work that you do for the forum. And I want Juliet, his partner in crime, to just say a few words
And this
because
is going
they've
real
done,
long. This is going real long.
they've done, they were much involved in the professional development, in obtaining their, no, but it needs to be said, in obtaining his doctorate. So just a few words, all right?
So I'm not going to be very long because I'm also not a speaker, though I act like it sometimes, but I'm not. Kino is very much deserving of this Professional Development Award. He has, and he is, leaps and bounds ahead of most of us, including myself. We did the doctoral journey together. He started first. He pulled me in, and I am very, very thankful for that, because if not for him, I would not be Dr. Juliet Green right now, I don't think, because I don't think I would have started the process. He has taken the forum, as Chantel said, he has taken us, he has definitely helped to move the forum forward. He has innovative ideas, like the PC GME week that we have, that was all Kino. This health fair that we run every single year, he is the lead for that, and I'm sure the coordinators as well as the hospital is very, very thankful for him. So I'm not going to say too much more, but congratulations.
Don't get us wrong, he works us, but he comes up with all the ideas and brainstorms, and he's the backbone of the executive committee. So we thank you, and we give you all the accolades that you deserve.
Thank you. So, all right. So I'm not going to stay too long. First of all, I don't really like surprises. I am one of those persons who is always pretty much in charge of like everything. So seeing Marilyn here up front is a throw off. And I wanted to thank the awards committee. Thank you, Chantal, Juliet, and Shirley for the warm and long introduction. So as Chantal said, I am a self-nominee, and I'll tell you, it wasn't purposeful. So on the 14th, we gave the awards deadline to be July 14th to put in nominations. And we had 0 nominations for every award. So I nominated a couple persons, I nominated one person, and I nominated myself, say, hey, it would be a great way, and it was a great way of saying, hey, our motto says we advocate for ourselves and each others, and oftentimes we are much better at advocating for others than actually for ourselves. And no person knows you better than you. No person knows your accomplishments better than you. And you should not at any point in time feel embarrassed, feel put off to stand up and say, I have accomplished this. Dr. Hernandez, when this young lady introduced herself, she said, you have to do it over. You didn't do it with power. You didn't do it with conviction. You didn't do it with assertiveness. And many of the ladies here talk about, this is women rules. I am woman, hear me roar. And oftentimes in our profession, because it is female dominated, you don't often stand up for yourself. And you don't often say, I own this. This is mine. And this nomination itself was to say, I own this. And I would like everyone in this room moving forward, that if you get the opportunity to showcase your work, to showcase your talent, to showcase your experience, to showcase your knowledge, that you take it. that you take it. We sit and we wait for everything to come to us and be given. And sometimes our value isn't realized. And each and every day, you must realize your value, what you bring to the table, when you enter the room, the presence that you have. And never feel intimidated, never feel worried, never feel uncertain or unsure, because what you bring, no one else can. Thank you.
Okay. So our final awards category is the Distinguished Service Award. This award signifies a person that has played a role, longevity in the role of GME, provided service, excellent service throughout the years, and have played an important role as coordinator or administrator in GME or for their programs. So as the division chief of endocrinology and new program director, I greatly appreciate Ms. Jones' ability to solve problems. Velda has a deep-rooted sense of purpose and service, citing her core West Indians ethics. Did she go out? Is she here? Oh, hi. Okay. Her effort has directly led to improved satisfaction amongst fellows. This recognition is long overdue. For over 16 years, Velda has demonstrated exemplary leadership, integrity, and dedications to GME and the higher standard of professionalism. This recognition is long overdue for Velda, who has demonstrated exemplary leadership, unwavering dedication to GME for over the course of 20 years. She is the backbone of these programs, navigating accreditation standards, managing complex administrative processes. Her knowledge of ACGME required is not only deep, but impressively applied in practice and with clarity, precision, and forward thinking strategically. In every aspect of her work, Velda reflects the qualities that award seeks to honor: dedication, excellence, and distinguished service in GME. What truly, okay. So beyond her specific role, Velda has been a champion for collaboration and mentorship. It is my honor to congratulate Velda Jones as the recipient of the Distinguished Service Award.
Please put your hands together for Miss Velda Jones.
Please come up, Ms. Jones.
Please join us here. Velda, please join us.
And we do have her PD, correct, Juliet? Come, please.
I'm not even sure. So this award is represented to Ms. Velda Jones, RPCF Distinguished Service Award 2025, in recognition of your outstanding contribution to the education and support of your fellow coordinators and trainees. The Residency Program Coordinator Forum honors Velda Jones, August 1st, 2025. She can't believe this, man.
Her PD will give
Your PD is gonna share a few words. No, we all agree.
All agree.
Well deserved.
When I hear Distinguished Service Award, I'm almost thinking maybe you guys have already secured my plot, Maybe, maybe you know I'm going.
Your PD will give a few words.
That's right.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's just before lunch, but Velda has an amazingly biting sense of humor, as all of you must know, and it's always perfectly timed with a little bit of a dig and a big hug. So, anyway, I think Velda's absolutely terrific, and really without her, our division couldn't possibly work. And not only does she juggle our division of 8 fellows, she adds to it 4 subsegments of cardiology for a total of I don't know how many people. And she's incredibly talented, extremely intelligent, and thinks things through like this. Keeps everybody in line. She plays mother to all the fellows who don't know what they're going to do now that they're all here as new and coordinators, but I really see the fellows end of it, who don't know what to do with their lives in a new country, because many of them are immigrants from all over the world, and Velda kind of gives them little small steps that they can take to manage their lives. So she manages our lives, a little bit of your lives, and I really appreciate everything that she's done.
As I said before, it almost sounds like an obituary.
No, it's the beginning of a new appreciation of yourself and self-advocating. How's that?
Yeah, I'm really thankful for this recognition. But it's not 16 years. Who said over 16 years? No, well, all right, all right, I'll take it. Thank you so very much. I see there's a new crop of coordinators showing up. A lot of the faces I don't know, but I'm happy to be part of this community, And for those of you who know me, no matter what questions you have, you can come to me. I believe in sharing whatever I have, because that's the only way you can progress. You have to share your knowledge. So just remember, you can count on me for anything, and I hope I can count on you all for anything also. Did I see Al Forsyth around here? He left. Hi, Al. Al is always one of my trumpeters. I'm so happy that you're here to share this with me. I thank you very much. Let me go back to my seat.
Good work.
I can't believe you. I can't believe you, Dr. Banerjee.
Boy, I couldn't miss this.
Hold up the plant.
Don't
break it.
Yes. Don't break it.
Next time, put the J in the middle.
Oh.
Huh? Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Special recognition. Oh, I'm sorry. We also would like to recognize special recognitions from the RPCF for the RPCF nominees. We recognize Shirley and Zenobia as recipients of special recognition awards. And we had such words as what truly sets Zenobia apart is her dedication to continuous improvement. She regularly seeks out opportunities for advancement, from actively asking questions and leading and volunteering new information. Shirley goes beyond the institution that she serves, and her hands and heart remains in community, working in solidarity through causes like AIDS Walk, Breast Cancer Walk, suicidal prevention and domestic violence, and volunteerism. She is the essence of her program for the residents. So please put your hands together for Zenobia and Shirley in receiving recognition awards.
Well, thank you. Thank you. A little surprising, but thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very,
I don't
very
think
much.
Zenobia's in
Zenobia?
today, or is she online?
Zenobia Jardim Hens.
She's,
Okay.
yeah,
Well, congratulations to Zenobia.
Zenobia. And in wrapping up the awards, we also had our GME award recipients as Dr. Winklet Knight and Ms. Selena Adams, who were the recipients of the 2025 GME Award recognition this past month. So kudos goes out to them as well. All right. All right. So in wrapping that up, this was the morning session. I hope you all enjoyed it and was presented with some informative information, new skills, or adapting to a new skill. And lunch has arrived.
And just before we go to lunch, again, we would like to congratulate all the winners and to everyone in this room. Thank you for being here and thank you for being the heart of what we do. So we're going to continue just before we go into our lunch break. Let's take a moment to pause and reflect on. Let's take a moment to pause and reflect on the incredible journey, the energy we shared during the GME Program Coordinator Wellness Week. Give yourselves a round of applause. We have been here from early morning, from the check-in to the wellness challenges, to me getting you on your feet to dance, even when you don't dance. So it's been a great day. So I'm going to pass it over to Kino because he's scratching all over. He wants this mic. He needs to speak. So I paid Kino before today. So I said, I'm going to pick on you. Don't get mad at me. So I paid him so I can pick on him. Okay?
And you don't stop talking. I love it. All right. So, how we doing so far today? I think we've done a pretty good. And I think it was a successful retreat because we got at least 2 persons to cry. So I see that as a plus. All right. So I just want to touch a little bit on our GME week and some of the things that we did. All right, just to reflect. And what I'm doing is also killing time because the food just arrived, so it's not parceled out as yet. And I don't want everybody to walk out there and go get the food. So, I'm not sure, no. All right, so we held our second GME PC week this past week. And the first day we did was a kickoff in terms of educational panel. Tag Me certification was on Tuesday. Wellness Wednesday and Diva Dance, or Dance RPCF, was on Thursday. And this is some pics from the day. All right, so one of the honors that I've had is to do doctoral research using the coordinators. So I knew that I didn't want to do anything at all on residents or physician well-being, anything at all. I wanted to just focus on the coordinators. Because oftentimes what I hear is we are bogged down with so much work. It is tiring. I don't know where the energy comes. I don't have enough hours in the day. And we oftentimes just let that bypass and we don't take our wellness first and our well-being first. And it was a pleasure to share with you the research that I've done and published, and also to demystify the idea of earning a doctorate. It's not that difficult. There is very little that separates you from a doctorate holder. Very little. It's effort, it's time, it's consistency. And I think what has helped me a lot is the fact that I knew exactly what I wanted to do from the jump. So when I went into the class in day one, I started building information, building research that was then transferred into my actual dissertation and research work. So by the time we reached that second part, where it's driven by the candidate, it was easy because I already had everything already planned out. The process is not easy. I had to change chairs in the middle of my session. Just before ACGME last year, just before ACGME this year, my chair stopped answering emails. She went hiatus, literally hiatus. And with our project, we have a proposal defense, and you have to pass that defense before you can move forward. She never reached in time, never responded to me in time, and I missed the deadline. So I then had to retake a class, and I was getting financial aid. If you have to retake a class, a continuation class, it means you are kicked off of financial aid. You have to pay for the semester that was passed, the current semester, and the one that's upcoming. So I had to come up with several thousands of dollars in a short span of time to fix it. This process is not easy. Juliet said, I encouraged her. So I started a semester earlier than Juliet, skipped a semester so that we could be in the same classes together, and she ended up graduating a semester before me. That is just the luck of the draw. You have to put in the work, and you have to want it each and every time. And I'm thankful for all of the people, all of the persons who came through, and we shared the information in terms of getting your degree. I would love to see everyone get a doctorate, but that may not be for you, all right? What is for you is for you. It may be to earn TAGME certification. And I want to thank all the coordinators so much, like Dee and Deborah, who was part of the TAGME task force to share with you all, their experiences. So I've taken TAGME and failed. And then I took it again and passed. After many times when persons take that one TAGME test and you don't do too well, you're like a little disenchanted and I'm not gonna do it. It doesn't matter how many times you fail, as long as you get up. Keep on doing it. All right, and then we had Wellness Wednesday. Oh, where's that come? Okay, we had Wellness Wednesday, and I think Shirley got you all going.
Yeah, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room
Some movements.
without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because
And
I'm happy.
I want to shout out Coach Shirley. All right, I think she did an amazing job on Wednesday. Shirley led an entire hour-long session without a PowerPoint on that screen and kept all of our attention the entire time. I was quite shocked by that and very impressed because in our years of doing this, the only other person who has ever done that was Dr. Anika Osazi Daniels. And she was one of the best speakers we've ever had here. And then we closed off with the last day of the session, which was our exercise session. And let me tell you, Kwame wasn't in the room, but he never left virtually. I'm not sure why. All right? I'm not sure why, because he would come into, why Kwame? That's why. Because he would come to the stuff and he would go, but he stayed on. I think even when we logged off, Kwame was still on. All right? At this point, Kwame knows the dance routine. You can listen to it. So we had a whole dance instructor come in and have a dance session with this team here. And I want to shout you guys for being such a great sport about it. You understand? You all complained that your body was hurting you, right? And you don't know the routine. But at this point, you could go try out for Beyonce any day. All right? And I'm expecting to see one of y'all up there, but and the stuff like that. You got to turn around. All right? So I want to thank you guys. Last year, you all said you wanted more physical activity, so we gave you all that. All right? Whatever you all want, we deliver. That's what we do here. So I think food is almost ready now, And I just want to thank you. Thanks for this session this morning. Thanks for being good sports. And thanks for entrusting us with your professional development. You guys can get up. You know.
So we are having our lunch break now. We will resume back at 2 o'clock. So everyone, please be back in the room at 2 o'clock. You guys have been amazing. So go now and fill your stomach, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Hello, everyone. We will start back up in about 5 minutes. We have 5 more minutes before we start back up. Thank you. At this time, I would like to start welcoming everyone to start returning to their seat. We have maybe about 30 seconds. Well, it is now 2 o'clock, so I think the 30-second went by very fast. Gives everybody another minute or so to just find your seat. Is it me or it's dark over here?
Recording in progress.
All right. I think we are still missing a few people, but we're going to try to stay on time. We're going to start, and I believe our next speaker is already here with us. So I am very honored to welcome you to this special keynote session titled Inside You All Along, Finding Solution with Existing Resources. So today we have an expert who will guide us on to innovative approaches to maximizing our current assets in graduate medical education and beyond. To get you started, I'm pleased to introduce Ms. Juliet, a dedicated leader deeply involved in advancing workforce development initiative. Ms. Juliet, Dr. Juliet Green. Yeah, because I used to know her when she was Arthur. Now she's Green. So I would like to welcome Juliet to come in and introduce our keynote speaker for this next session. Please put your hands together. Juliet will be right. So did you guys have a good lunch? How was the food? How's your day going so far? Are you guys learning a lot? Excited? Do you guys know who Miss Shirley is? You guys know her? Little Miss Shirley? Not this Miss Shirley. The little Miss Shirley. The one that goes, where your fans at? Where your fans at? You guys sing her? She's like the cutest little things. Maybe if we have time, I'll put it on so you can do that line dancing. Oh, I got my food on the ground. Here goes Juliet. Juliet, please take this mic before Kino say I talk too much.
All right. I'm so sorry. So excuse the little technical difficulties. The person who was supposed to be presenting Ms. Cassandra Pineda is Nally Arendelle, but Nally unfortunately is out sick today, so I have been given the honors to do that. So a little bit about Ms. Cassandra Pineda. She is the Assistant Vice President of Graduate Medical Education and Health Workforce at the Greater New York Hospital Association, where she supports various graduate medical education initiatives that impact member teaching in hospitals. Ms. Pineda also assists members with policies that govern the health workforce within their institutions. And for her work in both GME and health work policy, she engages with state and federal agencies and accreditation, professional and academic organizations on behalf of the members. Ms. Pineda earned an MPH from Columbia University Mailman School of Public Health. This is Natalie's right hand. I can't tell you how much times Natalie have told me that she calls on you. So I am very honored to be able to present you today as you present your talk on Suny Downstate Program Coordinators Forum. Your talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Great. Thank you, everybody. All right, let me just get settled. I have all my papers. All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for having me this afternoon. Thank you mostly to Miss Juliet and Kino and Natalie, who maybe is online today. It is actually, everybody thanked me for coming and speaking, but I sincerely want everybody to know that it is my distinct honor to be here. I mean, the energy and the vibes in the room, I don't know if I can match them, but I hope I do. But it is my honor to be here with everybody today. And when I was speaking to Kino and Juliet and Natalie about what I was going to talk about, everybody wanted me to talk about what we offer at Greater New York, just as far as resources go. And of course, I'm going to do that. And I'll tell you about what Greater New York Hospital Association is for those of you who don't know in a second. But, I really wanted to be thoughtful about how I presented that stuff, because I can run through the list. That's fine. You can go on our website. That's fine too. But
what I really wanted to be mindful of was this group, and just hearing what everybody was talking about this morning was just so eye-opening. I was going to start off with, I know that you sometimes feel like you're unsung heroes, et cetera, et cetera. And then the whole energy changed where I was like, oh no, I think that they know that they're appreciated here. Like this whole, everything today, what I heard was, from the academic office today and from your GME offices too, is just, I heard the words, pillar of support, the glue that holds the programs together, the real backbone of the programs. I heard Rosie the Riveter. I heard all these things. And I will tell you that when I'm dealing with your DIOs and your program directors and people in the dean's office, I will tell you that they are your biggest advocates. I have never heard anything about, my program can't run because of my staff. That has never been it. It has always been like, what can I do for my staff? Because they do such a bang up job at what they do. And, I also heard this morning from Dr. Dresner, just, we'll try to get you out of here on time because we know how many days you never get out of here on time. And so it was just something I wanted to underscore because that's what I heard today. I heard that people appreciate you and you are recognized and you're recognizing yourself. And I think that that's just so great. So it is my honor to be here with everybody today. And what I'm going to present today is exactly what Greater New York offers you. And I'll talk about Greater New York, like I said, but what I really wanted you to come away with is the network that you have. It's everybody in this room, it's everybody online, and it's everybody in the Greater New York Hospital Association membership. This is all your network. So as Juliet says, again, I have the honor to work with Natalie and everybody at the central GME offices of the hospitals that we support. They are constantly calling me. I have my 2 cell phones as proof here because they're constantly calling me. And this is how I know that you all have, 6 IMGs that are still stuck outside of the country. This is how I know that you have a dozen who still need social security numbers. This is what we can do to help you. And you have access to that because you have access to a network and you are part of a membership. You are part of this tribe. And this tribe of GME is a weird tribe, right? Everybody knows that. But it is a tribe that you are all so interconnected with. And the support that I've seen today and the support that I've experienced from the GME community across the membership is just so poignant. So I wanted to kind of drive that home. And the way that I was going to frame today, talking about the resources that Greater New York Hospital Association offers. So let's start first with, I think I want to use the keyboard to advance. Let's see. Okay. So I wanted to go through this for all you wicked heads out there. I wanted to go back to the Wizard of Oz. So the traditional Wizard of Oz. So those of you who have read the book or seen the movie, you know that it was inside you all along is Glinda the Good Witch, right? It is the lesson that Dorothy had to learn to get back to Kansas at the end. And essentially the connection I wanted to make here is that Dorothy had to find a solution to her problem. She had to find a solution to the challenge that she had. And this is the challenges that you have every day. And what I wanted to underscore here was that you have the resources, you have the network, and you have the tangible resources and the community to get you to those solutions. So today, I'll take you through Dorothy's journey back to her solution, and hopefully this will help you get to your solutions in your everyday work. What I also wanted to underscore is that you are residency program coordinators, right? So you support your residency programs, of course. You do all that stuff. But what you also do, everybody in this room does, is that you're also the moms and the dads and the aunties and the uncles and the therapists for your residents. and you worry about them and you talk to them and all these things. And that is so valuable. And everybody that's in this room and everybody that's online joining us too, they all do the same thing. So every time I get a challenging phone call from somebody, what I first think is, oh, I've heard this before. Somebody else is going through this too. So every time you are just banging your head against the wall trying to solve a problem, know that there's nothing new under the sun. There's somebody else who's experiencing that too. And when you reach out to a Natalie or a Juliet or a Kino or whomever, or a Robin, you know that she is going to find the resources and find the network to solve those problems. And I am lucky enough to be part of those resources. So it was inside you all along. And these are just finding solutions with existing resources. And these are all your existing resources. So as promised, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Greater New York Hospital Association. For those of you who are unfamiliar, we are, just as it says, a hospital association. We abbreviate with GNYHA, so I might say that today. So GNYHA is a membership organization. The members are our hospitals. It is Suny Downstate, it is Maimonides. It is the entire H&H system, and 270 hospitals and health systems across New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. That includes the 170 teaching hospitals. So all those program coordinators that are at those 170 teaching hospitals are also your network. Here on the right side, the big blue box are all the subject matter expertise that we can bring to you in Greater New York Hospital Association. You'll see GME right there, graduate medical education and health workforce. Those just happen to be two of the hats that I wear. But everybody here, I have colleagues in every single one of these lines right there. And they each have a network just like mine, just like everybody in this room. So when you're working with your HR department or your legal department trying to get those visas through, I'm also doing the same thing on my end, talking to our legal department. I happen to also work with the HR department, so that's me too. But I'm working with those folks too, and I'm working with your general counsel to try to get those problems solved. I'm also working with government affairs at times when it comes to having to escalate this to legislators to try to get those visas expedited. Okay, so that's Greater New York Hospital Association. So like I said, back to the Wizard of Oz. So Dorothy, on her way to solving her problem, also collected a few friends. And those friends also had their own challenges. And this, again, I wanted to drive home, is your network. We're going to talk about the resources that Greater New York offers kind of in those buckets of those friends that she meets. So we'll talk about the groups and the convenings that Greater New York offers that you all have access to. We'll talk about the publications. These are the other offerings, and these are the tangible offerings that you have at your fingertips to help you do your jobs. And then I'm going to talk about advocacy, which is a big arm of what Greater New York does. And these are the things that push policy forward with ACGME, and I'll talk about that in a second, or with CMS when it comes to GME financing and extra slots and all those things too. Okay, so we'll start with the Tin Man. So the Tin Man wanted empathy, and he wanted a network. He wanted connections. And with that, I'm going to talk about the groups and convenings. And I'm going to focus on GME here, obviously, for this audience. But like I said, that big blue box with all those subject matter experts, all of my colleagues also do these groups and these meetings too, and these convenings. So you have access to that as well. Okay, so for GME, in particular, regularly, I convene with some of my colleagues, and I have two of my team members here today, but with a few of my colleagues, I convene a DIO forum. So these are all your DIOs. This is, your Robins and your Lisas and et cetera, down the line, and your Melanies, et cetera, et cetera. And we convene them regularly to give them updates and briefings on national GME activities. So that's your CMS and your any sort of federal policy that comes down about GME that it's affecting your hospital and your programs and how you finance them and all the things that you do to get those residents in, just as far as immigration goes, and all the things that you do to expand your programs as far as extra slots go, and we'll talk about that too in a bit. And then we also talk about New York State policies, and we talk about the New York State and federal offerings just as far as funding goes for your residents and for your programs. We talk about ACGME policies, things that change, that seem to change, that seem to evolve so dynamically. We talk about those and how best to support our hospitals. That's all you all. And how to best support you and what resources we can put out there. We also convene the GME Administrators Forum, and this is your central GME offices. And these are the folks that really bring your phone calls and your challenges to me. This is how we know, this is how I know what resources to develop and what kind of advocacy we can do for everybody here. These are, just as Juliet mentioned, this is when Natalie calls me because she heard something at the administrators forum that she wants to talk a little bit more about, and then it triggers her and she remembers, oh my goodness, 6 of my programs are experiencing XYZ. It would be really great if we had a resource on that. And this is how we develop our resources. So I really encourage you, if there's an issue, bring it to Natalie's attention and say, Greater New York could really do a great job if we had these sorts of resources on that, because we listen and we do it. So those are the periodic or regular forums that we hold. We also hold ad hoc work groups. So if something were to come up, for example, we pull together an ad hoc work group of your DIOs and your chief academic officers when we wanted to comment on the ACGME institutional requirements, the institutional requirement revisions that were proposed for 2025. When we wanted to put a comment letter together, we got the DIOs together, and they really addressed the issues in the membership that the institutions would have on those requirements should they move forward. So those are the types of forums we pull together, or the types of work groups that we pull together. I'll also talk about in a second the program coordinator toolkit that we put together. We did that because of a work group that I pulled together of your GME administrators. They really listened to exactly what new program coordinators needed to get started and what seasoned program coordinators needed to kind of reference and to use and what would really be useful to them. And that's how we developed that resource through a work group. And exactly as it says here, that really drives our resource development and our advocacy efforts. I also wanted to bring your attention to an annual meeting that Greater New York Hospital Association has the Thursday after Memorial Day. So mark your calendars. You are all invited. If you are a staff member of a member hospital, you are invited to these. It is gratis as part of your membership. It is a nice event every Thursday evening, every evening on that Thursday of Memorial Day week. It is at the Javits Center. It is a rooftop. We have a business meeting that talks about the membership, and then probably one speaker that talks about something that's going on, usually federally. This year we had Senator Schumer there. And then we have a nice reception afterwards. And this is a really great opportunity for you to meet your other colleagues in those 170 teaching hospitals across the membership. It's a really nice event, and it's usually very nice weather to be out there. I see people taking pictures all the time. So mark your calendars. You're all invited next year, and I hope I see you all there. And if you do see me, please, come say hi. So those are our convenings. Now I'm going to talk about publications and the other offerings that we provide. So the Scarecrow is the next person or the next, I don't know, character in the story that I wanted to tell. So everybody probably remembers that the Scarecrow wanted knowledge. And these are the things that we offer kind of in that bucket of knowledge. And there's two sort of arms here that I wanted to talk about. These are the offerings that help you do your jobs every day. And these are all accessible to you. And I'll show you how at the end of this. But these are all accessible to you. And hopefully these are things that inform your everyday. And there's another bucket there, another arm there within this category that I wanted to point you towards too. These are offerings that you are all welcome to take advantage of, but it is also something that you can provide your residents or your program directors. They are things like webinars and things like that that have to do with faculty development, and I'll get into that too. Okay. So these are things that are some publications that go out regularly. And some of you may already have accounts with our website and you get these already, but I do want to point these out. The GME Digest we put out every month, and my team helps me put that out every month. And it is 4 short articles that of all the things that are going on in GME during that month. And it's really helpful if you wanted to get just a snapshot of the most important GME policies that happen that month. So it's things like, you know, when Medicaid puts out a new Medicaid GME program or something like that, or if Congress passes some sort of slot bill where you have access to extra slots or additional slots for your program. We give a little synopsis of exactly what to look for and what's important just as far as GME goes. And then it usually links back to some other larger resource, but at least you get that little bite-sized piece of this is what's going on this month on the federal end or what have you, or at the state. It also talks about some of the other upcoming resources that are available at Greater New York. So it gives you kind of like a put this on your calendar, save the date. And some of the funding opportunities that are offered, again, both federally and at the state level that you can maybe alert some of your residents or your fellows to, that there's funding opportunities for loan repayment and things like that, which I know folks are really interested in. So that is the GME Digest that comes out monthly. Now, ad hoc, we do bulletins. This is an expanded version of probably some article that we put out in the GME Digest. This gives just there's a little bit more meat on the bone here. So if you really need to know, okay, I read in the digest that there's this loan repayment program that some of my psychiatrists, those of you who are coordinators for psychiatry programs. I read that there's this opportunity available. I need to know a little bit more before I present this to my residents and my fellows. Well, that's what the GMA Bulletin does. It gives a little bit more detail on that, and then it gives you exactly those resources to go to be able to share that with your residents. And again, these are all available to you. Then 4 times a year, we do it seasonally, we do a GME data brief. So for those of you who are especially interested in data, things like exactly how the match broke down this year, or exactly how many, the trends in DOs, things like that. We did that that was our most recent edition there. So those of you who are really interested in getting into the minutia of the data for things. I know some of you are probably in educational programs of your own, trying to get your master's or your doctorates and things like that. This is, if you're interested in doing something GME related, there's a lot of GME or medical education writ large in those data briefs. So I encourage you to take advantage of those too. And again, those are kind of broken down, and it tells you the policy issue, it tells you the data that we're breaking down, and then it's 3 bite-sized pieces that are in chart form. So it gives you a really nice visual breakdown of the data that we are analyzing. That's all available to you. Next, and this is something that I was specifically asked to discuss, just as far as the residency program coordinator fund or toolkit. So it's toolkit writ large. And this was something that we developed again because your central GME offices thought it was necessary because they heard from you all that these are the things that would help you do your jobs and help you do your jobs better every day. Just a little easy, something easy to reference. So it is a toolkit. It comes in two parts. So the first part is the fundamentals document. And this was really built for newer program coordinators. But it also has a feature in there that the more seasoned program coordinators probably would really like. So this fundamentals document goes over certain things, like it has the terms and the organizations that are often referenced in GME. So, I know there are a lot of seasoned PCs in here. You all remember what it was like when you first started, and there was just this alphabet soup of acronyms and initialisms, and you were like, what is ACGME? What is IRIS? What is all this stuff? This is that easy breakdown of just, these are what they are. This is exactly what we reference. And those are the organizations. And also, like I said, just some of the terms that might be unfamiliar to newer program coordinators. It also goes through the program coordinator role. So this is more for the newer program coordinators who are just like, well, I don't really know how I fit into this, medical education continuum that I'm hearing about. I know I've heard from a lot of your central GME offices that program coordinators kind of find their way there through maybe they were really good coordinators in other things that have nothing to do with medical education, or they were really good administrative coordinators and things like that. So sometimes GME or medical education is new to them, and or new to you all if you're newer. I know we have a clerkship coordinator here as well. This is really for those folks who just haven't quite made that connection of just like, okay, now I'm in this new role, I'm super excited, but where do I fit in here? Just as far as where on the medical education continuum, I really help those residents and those fellows through in their training. So there's a little section on that. And then it talks about responsibilities for some of the key areas or the key processes that happen throughout the academic year. And I'll talk about that in a bit too. It also gives like a little bit of background on GME finance and the like, just so you can all make that connection of, exactly how your programs are financed and why certain things happen a certain way, just as far as slots go and FTEs go and things like that. It gives a little more color to that. Another part of this toolkit are those checklists. So these checklists are for those main processes that happen throughout the academic year. And you'll see here exactly what I'm talking about. It's the, during resident recruitment, it's during onboarding, it's through end of year stuff, it's special considerations for international medical graduates. It has a checklist there on all the things that you need to think about when you're thinking about the ADS annual updates and site visits from ACGME. And this was all, by the way, built by a work group from your central GME offices. Natalie contributed to this, Robin contributed to this, and others who really talked about all the things that their program coordinators contribute to any of these, these 6 processes here. So these are all available to you there on our website. The next thing are other offerings, and this sort of falls into the bucket of things that you can provide to your residents and you can provide to your program directors and other faculty and staff whom you work with. So some of the things that we offer on the GME end at Greater New York is faculty development. This is a faculty development series that we have, and we add titles like, or topics like improving clinical teaching and effective feedback, models for mentoring, and curriculum development. These are things you can point your program directors to, or associate program directors to, or rising program directors to, if they're at all interested. These are usually in webinar form, and we usually have like a national expert or a member or a DIO or a PD to talk about some of these topics here. And then we also have briefings. So we have ACG, the last one we did was an ACG requirements for the GMEC. We had, excuse me, we had attorneys from a law firm that deal a lot with citations, moving through citations for hospitals. So their clients themselves are the hospitals trying to work through citations that they received from ACGME that they're trying to challenge. So they really had expertise on the common things that get cited during site visits when they're talking about specifically the GMEC. And they helped our members kind of get through those or kind of avoid those pitfalls before they happen. It also, I also talked to I had a panel of, I think 3 DIOs from across the membership to talk a little bit about the challenges they've had with their GMEC and gave some kind of tips and best practices on that. So that was a really good briefing just as far as GME goes. We also had the New York State Education Department. So for those of you who don't know, the Education Department is the arm up in Albany that licenses all professions in New York. That includes medicine, that includes the limited permits that your residents sometimes get. It also includes, the Office for Professional Discipline, like that's all lumped under the State Education Department. And they came and spoke to us about their modernization efforts, which have to do with licensing and things like that. So when you're trying to help your residents and your fellows try to get their New York State medical licenses, this is the group that you talk to, and they did a briefing for us, kind of walking us through their modernization and things about licensing, licensure, medical licensure, and the like there. We also had a program called the eConsult Academy, and that stands for Electronic Consultations. We did that with the AAMC, a special project there. And eConsults, electronic consultations, eConsults, are for the outpatient setting, and they specifically help primary care in the outpatient setting link to specialty care, again, in the outpatient setting. It helped that communication between the 2 offices and made it a little bit easier between the 2. So we had an academy there to help hospitals kind of get on board with that, making e-consults between the 2 offices a little bit more easy and communications between the 2 a little bit more streamlined. Again, this all adds to patient care and patient safety and quality improvement efforts at your hospitals. We also put out a curriculum guide for the eConsult Academy to help your program your program directors train residents on how to provide proper e-consults through the academy. Okay, so I also did want to talk about future resources. These are things that are coming down that you all will have access to and that we're really excited about. We're developing this again because of the folks at your hospital, your GME community that brought these things up. So we have the GME 101 for hospital leadership. This is something that I actually was surprised that a lot of your hospitals, a lot of your GME folks are really interested in participating in and contributing to. This is a document for other departments and other areas and other units within your hospital. So we're talking about nursing, we're talking about HR, we're talking about environmental services, and everybody in between and across and beyond. These are for those departments who don't quite get GME. So How many times have you been like, oh my God, I'm just trying to tell, I don't mean to pick on nursing, but anybody on the patient care team, I'll just pick on nursing. So how many times do I have to tell nursing that, there's such things as protected time, or, schedules are because of protected time, or because there's an 80-hour work week. These are not just employees, they are also learners, and they have other obligations. How many times have you complained about that? This is that document for folks who don't quite get GME, don't quite appreciate that residents are not only hospital employees, but they are also learners, beholden to certain requirements from the ACGME that you all need to stay accredited. So that's that document there. And that'll be released within probably over the summer, so within the next few weeks. We also have an acculturation program that we are, we've already developed it. We are in the process of executing it right now, implementing it, and then it will be available to you all in September of this year. This acculturation program, it's called Getting to Know Your Patient Care Team. This will be available to everybody in the membership. And this is a resource. This is a perfect example of a resource that you can hand over to your IMGs. This is for everybody, but this was specifically developed for those IMGs who didn't have prior experience in a US hospital-based patient care team before they stepped foot on the floor, before they will step foot on the floor on July 1. These are usually folks who graduated from international medical schools who did not do their clerkships here. And, I'm sure you have fielded many questions about like, oh my God, I didn't realize that there was a social worker who could help me with discharge planning. I didn't realize we don't have medical assistants or patient care technicians or things like that. These are all things that I had to manage, or I have to manage, and I have to learn, and I have to learn their roles and responsibilities on top of all the things that I'm just trying to get to learn by being in the US for, the first time ever. So this is really for them, and this will go into your toolkit when you're talking about onboarding. This is something that you can hand over and even give to those folks who are still probably outside the country, and just say, like, this is a tool that you probably want to review before you get here, to get your feet a little wet and to learn what a nurse practitioner is, or exactly the roles and responsibilities of what a nurse does and what a social worker does, et cetera, before you get here. So that's coming out in September. We also have the Social Care for All Needs Medical Education, or ScanMe Academy modules. Will also be available to all of you. And these are modules that are available for residents to really learn about the importance of addressing social care needs of their residents, of their patients, and how those have to do sometimes with care compliance. A lot of times clinicians, and this is changing for sure, but clinicians will be like, well, I think this person should come back for XYZ appointments, and don't really appreciate that this person doesn't have a car, and we're asking them to get all the way uptown. They only have Access-a-Ride or something like that. And I don't understand why this patient is missing appointments. Well, it's because, they don't have transportation, or I don't understand why this patient isn't compliant with their medications. Well, maybe they have housing insecurity or something like that. So this really are just modules that you can provide to your residents to really understand why addressing those social care needs is something that they should consider when they're talking about care planning and discharge planning and the like. So those will be available too within the next few months, as something that you can hand over to your residents. And then we also have a GME finance resource. And this gets really into the weeds of how GME is financed at your hospitals through the through the GME Medicare, or excuse me, the Medicare GME program, and also how it's financed through Medicaid. That really gets to the nitty gritty of finance for those of you who are interested, or for those of you, another resource that you can provide to some of your colleagues who are interested in that. This I also wanted to point to because I get many phone calls from you and your colleagues about the funding opportunities available to residents. Medical school is expensive, right? So our state, as the state of New York, state of New Jersey, Connecticut, and Rhode Island within our membership, and also the federal government periodically provide these loan repayment programs for certain specialties to practice in certain areas. And this resource right here, it's available on our website, really talks about how those funding resources are allocated. And it also gives a table of the open funding opportunities. So if you're ever thinking, if you're ever hearing from your residents that, you know, finances are a little tight and boy, I wish I was in some sort of a program to help me pay for those, I would really encourage you to visit this page on our website to see what funding opportunities are open, and also for those that are coming down throughout the year to look out for. And it'll give all the information on the details on the eligibility criteria and exactly where you can go or where you can direct them to go to apply for these open funding opportunities. We also have these compensation reports. Now, this again was developed because your allies in your GME offices and your academic offices, they really were talking about how tough it is to recruit and then retain you and your colleagues. And they wanted to get a snapshot of what the compensation looked like in the greater New York area and the offerings that other hospitals are providing as far as career development goes. So this was something that we heard and we developed a resource for. So we did a survey late last year about compensation and career development opportunities across the hospital specifically for program coordinators. And we just released a report last month on this, or yeah, just last month because it's August. And so that's something that we heard the call for and we provided the resource for. That is new. We just did that for the first time this year. But we also have the resident trainee compensation and benefits report. And I know that some of you have helped with this as well. This is something that we've done since 2019, and it provides a snapshot there of the yearly compensation and benefits that are provided to residents in the greater New York area. And this really helps leadership think through and comply with immigration and labor laws. And that report was also provided last month as well. And this is just on the left here, you'll see that's just a little screenshot of what the program coordinator compensation report looks like. So next thing I wanted to talk about was advocacy. And this here is the Cowardly Lion. And he really wanted bravery and he really wanted a voice and how to speak up. So all the things that I talked about today so far are all the resources that you have at your fingertips, that network, that all those briefings and those offerings and those forums and all the tangible resources that you have. All those things and all the feedback from those things go to develop our advocacy planning. And this is a huge arm of Greater New York Hospital Association. So when you all see trends in things that happen, that come down through ACGME or, you know, federal CMS things, these are not things that you have to sit on and think that you're suffering through alone. Everybody is going through the same thing, I promise you. And the more that you advocate for those issues to somebody like a Juliet or a Robin or, you know, whomever in your central GME office, they bring that to us and we advocate on your behalf. So some of the things that we talk about here on the federal advocacy level, I did want to talk about HR 1 or the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, OBBBA, but it is HR 1 to me, or the reconciliation package. This was passed on July 4th. I'm sure everybody's heard of this, and I will just channel our federal affairs lobbyist at Greater New York, who says that in his 30 or so years lobbying, this is the absolute worst policy he's ever seen as far as healthcare goes that's ever been passed. So HR 1 does a lot of things, but specifically I wanted to focus on its implications on the hospital end of things. So there are advocacy efforts underway by analysis that GNYHA did on hospitals as a result of this bill. And this is analysis that has been in the New York Times and has been cited in many other publications too. So this does, the HR 1 does cause a $5 billion direct revenue, increases uncompensated care, and it does cause a $5 billion direct revenue hit. So a direct revenue, excuse me, of course, as this will happen, I am getting a phone call. So this does decrease revenue across hospitals to the tune of $5 billion. And how does that translate? That translates into a $3 billion Medicaid cut that you've all heard. That means that direct Medicaid cut causes folks to drop off of Medicaid, which causes your hospitals to have to take up a lot of that cost now that is not covered by the federal and the state government. And that results in 34,000 hospital jobs that will be lost. And that is a direct result of HR 1. So Greater New York is doing advocacy on your behalf because of that. Hospitals are our members, and that is our job. So that is one of our biggest federal advocacy pushes right now. We also do advocacy around CMS rulemaking. So these are comment letters and recommendations that we provide to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services at the federal government. We do this a lot for inpatient and outpatient prospective payment systems and physician fee schedules. This is how your physicians get paid, and especially when we're talking about GME, these are how the physicians on faculty or the supervising physicians get paid for services rendered by your residents and your fellows. So we do a lot around those costs and those fee schedules. And then we also, like I've been talking about, the Medicare reimbursable slots. So all the teaching hospitals, those 170 teaching hospitals across our membership are all, and I'm sure many of your programs, if not all of your programs, are training above the cap. That means that all the reimbursements that you're getting through Medicare that your hospital is getting, reimbursing the hospital for training those residents, your hospital is training above that cap. So you're essentially in the red when we're talking about training. And so what we're doing is, of course, there's other revenue sources going on, but your hospital is spending that money to pay for those extra residents above that cap. And so we do the advocacy there to get that cap increased and to get more of those costs covered by the federal government, because you are training the doctors of the future, the physician workforce of the future. So that's where we are with rulemaking on the CMS end of things. And then this is actually very timely. This same time last week, it was introduced, the Resident Physician Shortage Reduction Act, and this would add 14,000 slots, additional Medicare reimbursable slots. So again, that'll help with that training above the cap there. And that is something that Greater New York has pushed for years, and it was just introduced is a bipartisan, it was a bipartisan effort. So it is popular. We'll see if it goes through, or we'll see, what happens this year, but we will keep pushing for it. I know all of you have been either this year or in the past struggling with some visa challenges. So some of the things that went on this year here was the May 27th pause in scheduling interviews. So for those of you who had J1 visa physicians, visa IMGs on visas, on J1 visas that were outside of the country before May 27th, who hadn't come into the US yet, those interviews that hadn't been scheduled were totally paused, right? So there was a little, nail biting, I think, at that last minute of whether they would be able to get into the country. So that happened on May 27th. We did a lot of advocacy with our state legislators and also the media. We had a Times article talking about specifically our membership and the issues that you all were having trying to get a few J1 visa holders that were still outside the country at that time back into the country. Luckily, that has resolved itself. And I know that there still is, particularly for Suny Downstate and for Maimonides, there's still a few that are outside of the country, but we are doing our best to try to advocate on your behalf, just as far as that goes. And then, of course, the July 4th complete suspension of U.S. entry by all visa holders for certain countries, these ones listed right here. I know some of you, particularly I've heard from the Sudan, that just are not able to make it into the country, have asked for waivers, have asked for, et cetera, some sort of help on that end of things. Unfortunately, this is a stickier situation here, but that happened, and we are advocating for, we continue to advocate for a physician exclusion for that. Also, a partial suspension for these countries here as well. We also advocate very strongly for the State 30 visa waiver program. Some of you may know that as the Conrad 30 program, and this is the 30 waivers that are granted to J1 physicians. So J1 physicians, you all know, can stay in the country and train for up to 7 years. They are then subject to what used to be called the return home policy or the home residence policy. So that means they have to return to their country of origin for 2 years before they even apply for a change in visa status. And many of the residents, the IMGs that you train, want to stay in the US, and they want those transitions to try to get permanent residence here in the US and to stay further. So these are those 30 waivers that are granted to each state every year to help J1 residents stay in the country and not go home for the 2-year home residence requirement that's usually exacted on them. So New York is one of several states that consistently meet that 30 waiver maximum that each state is allowed. We are always advocating for an increase to that 30 waiver maximum for each state, for the states that kind of butt up against that. So ACGME advocacy. We recently, you might know that the ACGME just had a leadership, just had a little turnover in leadership. So they have brand new leadership. And we sent up a recommendations letter specifically advocating for, on behalf of our members, the specific unique issues that the greater New York area teaching hospitals have with some of the current accreditation policy and regulation requirements that ACGME has. So we sent up a letter to ACGME, the new leadership, and we got a nice note back in response. But some of the topic areas that we discussed were winding down CLEAR program, Those site visits, I know they are not, while they do not affect accreditation, they are no less difficult for you all to coordinate and to schedule. And so we advocated for a wind down of that. We also advocated for some other things, including a redesign of the resident survey process and how those are inspected as well. So those are things that we heard from our membership that we advocated for. We also, of course, sent up a comment letter just as far as the institutional requirements for 2025 went. And these are the topic areas that we hit there. And we also advocated for, or we sent up a recommendations letter for the NST programs, non-standard training programs. And many of you know, those of you who don't, these are programs that are recognized by the ACGME. So only institutions that have NST recognition for certain programs can enroll J1 residents on J1 visas into those specific NST programs. And those are programs that are not accredited, but they must be recognized. And they don't lead to board certification, but many of your hospitals, I know, I was just talking to Dr. Dresner about this, Suny Downstate has them, I know Maimonides has them. And we advocated on your behalf because there were some issues that you all were having trying to get those up and running and recognized through ACGME processes. New York State advocacy. So currently, I want to talk about the 12-week rule. Some of you deal with this too. When you're talking about recruitment, I know you've seen your program directors pull their hair out about this. You have a great candidate. They are it's usually IMGs, but these are folks who graduated from a medical school that is non-LCME accredited. So those are, by and large, IMGs. These are in the state of New York, folks that graduated from non-LCME medical schools have to have done their clerkship for no more than 12 weeks outside of the country that their medical school is located in. That is the New York State 12-week rule. What New York State is proposing to do then is, and I should mention that SED, the State Education Department, does have a list of about 18 medical schools, foreign medical schools that are exempt from that 12-week rule. But other than that, all those graduates have to abide by that 12-week rule. So what New York State wants to do then is to allow any candidate for fellowship who has completed an ACGME or an AOA accredited residency program to be able to be eligible for a fellowship program and to provide patient care here in New York. So that is something that Greater New York is supporting. We actually have advocated for this for years, and it's finally sort of on the docket, and we're hoping for that to pass soon. So we are also advocating for an increase in funding for certain programs in New York State. So like I talked about, those loan repayment programs. Doctors across New York, this provides $120,000 in exchange for a 3-year service commitment in a site that is located in an underserved area of the state. This is a resource that you can point your residents and your fellows towards. So when they're ready to practice, they commit to 3 years of service as a fully trained physician in an area of need in the state of New York, and they get $120,000 towards their educational loans. Similarly, the Office of Mental Health, or OMH, has a community mental health loan repayment program. And that does something similar. It provides the same amount of money, $120,000 for a 3-year service commitment. This is for psychiatrists and a specific priority to psychiatrists who deal with adolescents and children. We are always advocating for greater funding for that. And then finally, I just wanted to kind of put this in your ear, but there is a student loan repayment program that's coming down with the 1115 Medicaid waiver, and that will provide $300,000 for a service commitment of 4 years for psychiatrists and certain other, and $100,000 for primary care physicians. And again, there is a priority here for children and adolescent specialists. And that's coming down. We don't know about the timing on this yet, but certainly within the next 2 years, and that's coming down through the Medicaid waiver. And this would specifically be, the service commitment would be for a site at a hospital that provides greater than 30% or greater of their patient volume is Medicaid or uninsured folks. Okay, so the last thing I just wanted to point your attention towards is this QR code here. This goes directly to our website, and you'll be able to just sign up for an account. And the account there specifically will allow you to access any of the resources that I talked about today. And it will give you a heads up on all the events that we have going on and all the events that we have down the pipe and all these things. So I encourage you to just sign up for an account, click, 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 all the topic areas that you are interested in. You'll get alerts on those. You just need your hospital email address for that. And that's all I have today. Thank you for having me. Almost exactly on time.
All right. It's almost the end of the day, guys. But just before we move on, I would like to thank Cassandra for an inspiring and uplifting presentation. Your message reminded us that real solutions are often within us, our skills, our team, and our community. Your insight on using what we already have, because sometimes we have something at the tip of our fingernails because it's so accessible to us, we oversee it and we go look for bigger things. So thank you for reminding us of that. Do we have any question before Cassandra leaves? Any question? Well, I do have one for Cassandra. Just one. So how can we better support each other on tapping into existing resources?
Well, like I said, I think, just open your mouths. I mean, just being with this group for the morning sessions, I know that none of you have an issue opening your mouth. So just talk to each other, talk to Robin, talk to Natalie, talk to Dr. Dresner, talk to everybody, because they have to, all those people that I just named have my cell phone number. I promise you. I text message Robin on my way here that I had pickled peaches for her. These are things like they have direct lines of contact with Greater New York. And like I said, those 170 teaching hospitals, all those program coordinators that are having the same challenges that you all are having, those are all your colleagues too. They're not here today, but they are all your colleagues. We are a convener. This is your huge network. This is your huge tribe. You have all this at your fingertips. Just ask them. I promise you, we will address it.
Thank you. Thank you. Please give her a big round of applause for this amazing presentation. Now I would like to invite Chantel back up.
I think it's time for another raffle. You guys deserve some gifts. So we'll have another raffle prior to Shirley's presentation.
Where's the ticket bag? Do you have it?
Okay, does everyone have their tickets out?
It's time for raffle. Pull out your ticket. You never know. You might be the next big winner. Hopefully I pull up my own ticket. Wait. So the numbers for this one, the lucky winner is 5, 5192. Who is the lucky winner? The last four numbers are 5192. No? Going once? Going twice? Gone. And we'll try again. Okay, let me mix it up really well. Okay. The lucky winner is 5184. 5184. No? No? Going once? Going twice? Gone. We must get a winner. The next lucky winner is 5185. Yeah, it's me. I'm just waking you guys up. Going once? Going twice? Come on, Chantal. They say shake the bag. Do the shake, shake, shake.
It's the person choosing the
Oh!
yes.
So I must be picking all the losing tickets, huh? So Chantal, go ahead. Pick us a winner.
All right. The next lucky winner is 5255181.
Okay, it wasn't the person picking now. Can we agree on that?
I'll try again. 5255204. 5204.
I think they left a little early.
Is this the
Let
right
them know
bag?
that they won, but they left. They forfeit their prize, okay?
How about 5165?
51. Well, finally we have a winner. Woo! 5165. Finally.
You're 5204? Okay,
Oh.
great.
Well, since she doesn't want to come up, I'll give you something for being the for coming to get her prize for her.
Here you go. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Oh, do we have another one, Chantal? Or that's it for now?
After. So we had the pleasure of my co-host Shirley presenting on a wellness initiative on Wednesday. So it's my honor to present her again today, not on the topic of wellness, but on the topic of detoxify your digital space, reclaiming your time and focus. So please give a round of applause for my co-host Shirley.
Whew. Are you guys excited? It's almost over. Let me wake you guys up a little bit. Kino will kill me if I do something else here, but I'm going to stick to the plan, okay? So, hello. hello, everyone. I'm sure you guys have been having an excellent day. You've been having a lot of fun. You receive a lot of information. And now you all say, Dr. Dresner, it's time for us to go home. Every day we stay after hours. Today we want to get out of here early, don't you? All right, so today we're going to be talking about something very important, that this little gadget that we all have. Can all of you put your phone up if you have it? If you have two phones, put your two phones up. I know some of us, we have 2, we have 3 phones. Everywhere we go with it. We go to the restroom, we're sitting in the bathroom with this little gadget in our hands. We're driving, we're texting, we're reading our messages, we're reading our emails. Big no-nos. But some of us, we are guilty of that. Can we agree on that? So today we're going to be talking about, detox your digital space, reclaiming your time and your focus. As I shared before, last week I was in Mexico City, Mexico. We were working on a declaration. And one of the topics we were talking about is AI, because AI these days plays a big role in our daily lives, right? Whether we want to or not, whether we like it or not, AI is here and it's here to stay. But what we do with it, how we use it, is up to us, right? We can use it to do amazing things, and the same way we can use it to do things that are not so amazing. And for some of us, some of us, our children, maybe AI is raising them because they all have a little iPhone, they have a little tablet, they have a video game, something that they're playing with. But for us, do you know what this is? Kino's Garage. Does your email look like this? Does your desktop look like this? Right now, I can promise you, if you go in my office, I'm not talking literally your desktop, Dr. Dresner. You don't have to shake your head. If you go, I promise you right now, if you go on my desktop, my work computer, you'll see my inbox is open. I have at least 30 emails open that I need to follow up on. And when it comes to our personal emails, if you go into your inbox, most of us are probably paying extra space to store the things we have in our phones. I'm guilty of that. I pay $10 a month. And because I have so much in my phone, now I'm paying, I think, maybe $20 a month just to have the extra space to store the things that I have. And believe it or not, it's not because I have things. It's because I have 10, 15, 20 other groups that I'm in. And people are always dumping things into WhatsApp, into text messages. And if you have it back up in your Gmail or whatever account you have, it goes into that and it fills it up, right? Or is any one of us here guilty of our inbox looking like this? So today, just before we start, I want us to play a game. Tech or trash? True or trash? Okay? I want you to look in your phone and think of one app you absolutely cannot live without. That's your truth. You don't have to tell me. Hi, Dalali. She's my program administrator. Welcome. Think of one app that in your phone that you absolutely cannot live without. I cannot live without WhatsApp. Because all my groups, the video chats, when I found out that I could do group calls instead of paying for Zoom, I do group calls. When I found out that I could share my presentation on a group call on WhatsApp, it becomes my #1 app. So my WhatsApp is my #1 chat app that I cannot go without. Now, can you think of one app that you know you should probably delete, but you haven't trashed it? Think of one app. Timo. Anyone else? If you are on the Zoom, you can put it in the chat. If you are here, just turn to your neighbor and let them know. You don't have to spill the beans, but just let them know. One app you can't absolutely live without, and one app you should probably just delete and say forget it. Every so often, I go into my phone and I delete things, right? We have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have WhatsApp, we have Timo, we have Emu, you have all the moves on your phone, and then your phone get overloaded. Forget it if you have an iPhone, because you pay for everything in that phone. You breathe. iPhone say you have to pay for this app. That's why I'm a Samsung girl. So I don't do iPhone, right? Because everything you pay for them. So this session today, as GME professionals, we are constantly on emails. I just shared that I probably have 30 emails on my bottom screen that I need to go to. If you're not going to emails, you're in New Innovation. If you are not in New Innovation, for those of you who use MedHub, you're in MedHub, or you in ERAS, you in something that you constantly have to work on because this is part of our daily life. Or you on team, or while you're in a meeting, you texting because somebody's looking for you. And then you have more and more and more emails. During our break, I went upstairs and I opened my inbox and I'm like, oh, today's Friday and it's Coordinator Wellness Day. I am not looking at these emails because it's too much. So today's session is about reclaiming our focus, reclaiming our well-being by learning how to detox our digital space. Once we do that, we'll have less distraction. We will be able to focus. That will help us to have more clarity. We are not just focusing on this little gadget because you go to sleep with this phone possibly next to your head, or you have the apps going on all night, ding, 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 you have a notification, or you laying there, you thinking about which email did Dr. Dresner sent last night that I need to take care of first thing in the morning, right? So this is our life. Even when we're laying down, we in our bed, we're thinking about it. Our mind is so cluttered, sometimes we can't even focus because there's so much going on and we find ourselves unable to live without our digital gadgets, right? So let's talk about our key takeaways and our discussions for today. Why a digital detox matter? Why does it matter to detox yourself from the digital world? Although we are living in an AI world where it's taking over, how do we adjust? How do we live to all that noise that overwhelms our brain, that affect our sleep, our focus, and our emotional well-being? How do we detach ourselves from all that when you live it every day? You breathe it every day. When you're eating at the dinner table, it's there with you. It becomes one of your family members, right? If the only thing you don't have is put them on your healthcare coverage, but you probably pay insurance for your phone in case he breaks so that you can replace it. I know because I do as well. So mental clutter, right? You're thinking about so many things. You're like, your mind is all over the place that you cannot focus. You sitting at your desk, you're possibly touching 10 different things because you don't know which one to do next. Or you have 10 different emails or 10 different software, 10 different web page open on your desktop. You possibly have no innovation. You possibly have ERAS if it's interview season, or now Thalamus, or you have, what else do we use? All the other ones that we have, all of them at this ACGME, because we're trying to do update. You possibly have Excel, Chelsea favorite things, Excel spreadsheet that you're trying to transport information from one app to another, from one website to another. Guys, I have 3 screens on my computer, on my desk in my office. I literally have 3 screens on my desk to help facilitate the work that I'm doing, to be able to move things a lot faster from one to another. But that means I will also have 3 or 4 different web page, different browsers open to be able to do this work, right? So how do we move away from all that? Is it even possible for us to move away from that? But the key thing is we must learn to minimize that, because when we focus so much on all these other things, we have all these mental clutters, it decreases our productivity. It decreases our productivity. When you detox, it creates a space for clarity and intentionality. So it's important for us. The other day when we were doing the health and wellness session, I suggested that we do a 21-day detox. But we also have to determine what type of detox that you need to do. Is it for mental clarity? Is it for your health and wellness? Is it for your well-being? What type of detox do you need to do? Do we really need a digital detox? If our focus, if you wake up the first thing in the morning, the first thing you do is run to your phone, and every 2 seconds you need to touch it, we need to have a therapy session to discuss it. It means we are all addicted to this little tool here because we find ourselves being unable to live without it. Everything we do is around it. So let me ask you a question. When was the last time you felt mentally drained from screen times? Anyone? When was the last time you felt mentally drained from screen time? I think we're all doing, Chantel? She said yesterday. She said 2 minutes ago. Some of us, we have a lot of screen times. Sometimes I myself, in my office, I find myself turning off the lights, shut down the screen, and just put my head on the desk just to regain my focus. Because after a certain time, my eyes becomes blurry, I get tired, I have a headache, so I need to find that time to refocus, to regain myself, and then I can go back to continue the work that I'm doing. So we must learn to detach, to move away. We must learn when it's time to get up and walk away to detox ourselves. The next thing is to recognize the signs of digital overload. When you are digitally overloaded, what happens? You feel anxious even when you are away from your phone. Have you ever forgotten your phone at home and you're running late for work, but you're ready to turn back to go get that phone because you're worrying about, oh my goodness, what if somebody called? What if something happened? You have all these things going through your mind. And now because you don't have your phone, you're feeling anxious. Your whole day will possibly go upside down because you don't have your phone. Because you know once you have it, every 2 seconds, even when there's nothing going on there, you're hoping something is happening. You're checking, you're looking, you probably send yourself a text message just to make sure the phone is still working, okay? We check email, social media unconsciously to see what's going on, even when there's nothing going on. You probably made your own news to make sure the social media webpage is still on, that your phone is not broken. You struggle to unplug at night. When you're going to bed, you probably fall asleep with the phone on your hand because you struggle to unplug from it, right? So we must develop healthy habits when it comes to social media. And after scrolling, what happened? You feel empty. You go, you scroll, you look for things. There's nothing. It's just a habit that we have that we need to be there to look what's going on Facebook, social media, whatever the case may be. We need to do it. Guess what? If any of the things that I just said to you sound familiar, you are not alone. We are all struggling with social media. Most of us are unable to detach from it. Most of us are unable to set boundaries to know when we're going to bed, we need to unplug from it. The same thing as us coordinators. Sometimes we struggle to leave here at 5 o'clock because for some of us, it's unrealistic to leave here at 5 o'clock, right? Because we know we still have so much that needs to be done. We find ourselves, I don't have a window in my office right now. Sometimes it's 7 o'clock, I'm still sitting here. If I don't look at my watch, or look on my phone, I'm like, oh my goodness, it's 7:30. I need to get out of here. So we need to be realistic about what we do. How do we clean up our digital environment? Any idea how we can clean up our digital environment? So many of us, when we go into a store, you go into Macy's. Would you like to subscribe to our email so you could get the next coupon when we have a sale? You say yes. You go to H&M, you say yes. You go to Walmart, you say yes. You go wherever you go, you sign up. And then before you know it, you have all this junk mail coming into your inbox. And then you end up paying for extra space. So one of the things you could do, you can unsubscribe from promo emails. Most of the promotion you get, you probably never set your foot inside the store. So why clutter your inbox? The next thing is, I have one rule in my house. Like if I have an outfit, I haven't worn it in a month, I don't need it. It's just taking space in my closet. It's the same thing with the apps on your phone. If 3 months goes by, you haven't used it, guess what? You don't need it. And I'm pretty sure there's an option on your phone that says, that can tell you the last time you used the app. And then you get the option to delete the unused app. So be intentional about that. If you're not using it, delete it. The other things that you can do is turn off non-urgent notification. There's a lot of notification I put on silent because I felt like it was taken away from my sleep. And guys, I love my sleep. 8 o'clock, I need to be in my bed. If I'm not in my bed by 8 o'clock, do not speak to me the next day. I'm not your friend, don't talk to me, right? Because I'm very intentional about going to bed at 8 o'clock. And it took me some time for me to be able to do that. It wasn't always. I had to learn to set boundaries. I had to learn when I'm going to bed, I need to put the phone away somewhere. Now, it doesn't happen all the time because I'm still a work in progress, but I started somewhere. The small steps, they count. So you need to start somewhere. Be intentional. Set up your sleep time. Set up your wind down time where you're going to go to sleep. Okay, I'm going to put my phone. If you know you can't stay without touching it, put it in a different room where we all know we'd be too lazy because we're too tired to get up here to go get it, right? Put it away. Put it in a different room, okay? Archive or delete all texts and files. Sometimes we hold things in our phone that we know we'll never use. These old text messages, well, I'm keeping this one, hoping that one day I'll tell you you were lying when you say X, Y, and Z. Delete them. We don't need them. Declutter your digital space. Declutter your mind so that you can have clarity to focus. Digital clutter is like junk mail in your brain. Should I repeat that? Digital clutter is like junk mail in your brain. So you know what we need to do? Who knows what we need to do with the junk mails? Get rid of them. Get rid of it. We don't need it. Just get rid of it. Okay? So now let's talk about setting up some healthy habits. Because we can. We manage residency training. We manage GME training program. So we can do this for ourselves. Right? Healthy boundaries we can set up for ourselves is no screen zone. For example, in your bedroom, the dinner table, when you're with friends and family, or even when you take a 10, 15 minutes or 30 minutes break to walk outside, leave the phone on your desk. Enjoy that time, that moment as you walk outside, just for you to really enjoy outside, to enjoy the air, and not focusing on that. You're probably not even looking where you're going while you're crossing the street under a green light because you're so focused on the phone. So let's put the phone away when we take a walk outside so we can enjoy it, okay? Screen curfew. On my phone, I have screen curfew. If I'm watching TikTok video for too long, it comes up, oh, it's time for you to take a break. We have this option. Use them to your benefit. Set up screen curfews, just like you would do for your kids. Do it for yourself. That's good practice. Set up screen curfew. Once it's 7 o'clock, don't call me, because you never get me. Because 7 o'clock, my phone automatically go on to do not disturb. And I mean it, do not disturb me after 7 o'clock. I have emergency contacts that I put in my emergency contact. My family, if they need to get me, if they need to get in touch with me if there's an emergency. So only these people, if they call me, my phone will ring. Anyone else, it will tell you, Shirley's unavailable right now. Please call her after 9 a.m. tomorrow morning and she'll be happy to speak with you. We need to learn that. We need to learn to take care of ourselves. Use apps like Focus, Flowers, and Digital Wellbeing. I have different apps that I use for my digital well-being. And even in your phones, you have health apps, right, that you can use. If I'm really stressed, I had a very long day at work, I'll go home and go into the well-being, my fitness watch, and go into the app. And then they have meditation. If you want to hear a nice voice talking to you, putting you to sleep, or you want to hear some relaxation sound, I just select whichever one I want and relaxes me, and then I go to sleep, right? So we need to learn to take care of ourselves. We need to learn not to just set boundary with people, but to set boundary with our phones. With our phone. Boundary with your phones are boundaries with your energy. Sometimes even your phone can drain you out. You need to learn to set boundaries with your phone, okay? There you go. Do not cross the line. Be sure to use that as the line in front of your bedroom, and put your phone in the living room, in the kitchen, somewhere you know you're gonna be too tired to get up to go get it, for you to not have it in your room while you're laying down in your bed. You must learn to clean up your digital space, to detox from it so that it's not taking over all your time. We must learn to be intentional when it comes to technology. We must be intentional. One of the questions that you should ask yourself, is this adding value or stealing time? This is a question you should ask yourself. The next time you pick up your phone, ask yourself, are you adding value to me or are you stealing my time? So we must learn to replace passive scrolling with journaling, walking, or mindful breaks. Whatever it is that you enjoy. Replace the scrolling, replace the digital time with walking, journaling, meditation, going into the sauna, just lay there and relax, because that's my favorite. Leave the phone in the locker. I've gone into the gym, I'm in the sauna, and people are in there with their phones. I'm like, come on. I was looking forward to this 30 minutes, but here we go, right? So we must learn to separate that time, to take care of ourselves, to take care of our well-being, building that tech-free time. Block off that time so that time is just you. For some of us who have children, we want to get time away from them, although sometimes it's not realistic, but we try. Even if we pretend that we are using the bathroom and we lock the door, because we know these little nuggets, they will follow us in the bathroom too. Until they get older and they're like, hey, I don't want to be here with you. But do you remember when you were 2, 3, 4, 5, you used to sit next to my feet while I'm sitting in there? We must learn to create that safe space for ourselves. When we talk about well-being, You creating a safe digital space for yourself is part of your well-being. We don't think about that, but we must learn to think about blocking time for yourself. The next thing is create a monthly tech wellness ritual. How do we do that? Host a digital clutter day. Use a Sunday and be intentional. Okay, Temu, delete. Emu, delete. This moon, delete. That moon, delete. Clean up your space. Just like some of us may use a Sunday to plan your week, once a month, every now and then, or every 3 months if that works for you, but make it every Sunday. Be intentional about it. Set a time that you sit there and delete these old text messages, these old emails, these old apps taking so much space on your phone, making it slow. When Dr. Dresner call you, she cannot get you on the phone because your phone is too slow for the call to come through. Dr. Dresner, I'm picking on you. What's wrong with me? I'm picking on my boss. Guys, hello, somebody say something. Okay? Organize inboxes in your desktop. Organize them. And I'm sure pretty soon Dr. Dresner is going to come and share some amazing tech tools with you guys. But it's important that you guys learn to organize your inbox. Create little folders for the important things that you need. Put them in a folder. The ones that you don't need, delete, delete, delete. Delete the screenshots. Delete the old download. Delete the duplicate files that we have. We don't need them. Right? Spend some time, go. Delete the screenshots. If I go into my WhatsApp now, I'm probably like, I just did that maybe 2 weeks ago. I had so many screenshots. I'm like, I already have this saved in my photo. Why do I need this screenshot? So I went and delete all of them to create more space on my phone. Let's reflect. How does your tech use make you feel? How does your tech use make you feel? Do you feel overwhelmed? Do you feel overloaded? Do you feel like you're exhausted? Does it cause you to have anxiety? Are you feeling stress? Are we losing our hair over our tech? Think about it. Reflect on it. I think I'm doing really good on time. So I have this group affirmation for us. I need all of us to take this pledge today. As a group, when it comes to detoxifying our digital space. And please, repeat after me. Today, I control my time and attention. I release digital distraction and create space for peace and clarity. What do you guys think about that? I know I'm taking control of my time. I'm taking control of my attention. And that's why I'm intentional about my 8 o'clock bedtime. People be like, girl, what's wrong with you? Why are you in bed at 8 o'clock? Because first, I'm old. Second, I had 4 kids. Third, I work in GME. I have 18 children when I'm at work. So when I get home, it's my time. Right? When I get home, it's my time. Because you cannot pour from an empty vessel. You must take care of yourself in order for you to be able to take care of others. You must love yourself first before you are able to love anyone else. How can you love someone else when you don't even love yourself? When you don't even know how to love yourself? Right? So we must take care of ourselves. So here's some daily practice and challenges. And I need you to choose at least one today. I know the day is almost over. You can pledge to yourself to delete 5 or 10 unused apps. If you have 100 games on your phone that you don't even turn on, because I know once you set up your phone, they check all these boxes with all these games that you don't even play. So take the time and delete 5 to 10 unused apps. The second thing you can do, you can unfollow or mute 5 social media accounts that no longer serve you. Delete them. If they have no purpose in your life, delete them. If they're not serving you, delete them. If they're just cluttering your space, delete them. The next thing you could do is turn off non-essential notification. Guys, I'm a health and wellness coach. So I have 5 different groups that I'm in because people share their pictures, they share their meal plans, they are excited. Everybody want to make a video in the WhatsApp group. And I'll be in bed. The thing is, sometimes people don't even know you shouldn't be texting people after 9 o'clock. It be 10, 11, 12, 1 o'clock, and my phone is going ding, 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 ding. You think it's the cash machine, like you're dropping coin at the coin master. And I'm like, oh no, I cannot do this. So I had to mute people. I had to mute some of this WhatsApp group. I only go there if I'm looking for something or if I want to know something. Because you cannot have all these notifications going off. Right now, I have my phone on Do Not Disturb. Because my phone will probably be going off. Everybody's calling me. All type of notifications going off. So I needed to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. I love that feature. Do Not Disturb. I love it. Okay, so turn off non-essential notification. You must schedule for yourself a 30 to 60-minute screen-free break. Even if that means just go outside, take a walk in the park, ride a bicycle. If you love to sing, like a shower singer like me, turn on the water in the bathroom. Go pretend you're taking a shower and just sing to detox yourself. Guys, I do stuff. Yeah, you guys are probably smiling like, what's wrong with her? She turned on the water in the shower. Does she not pay for water? My mental health first. I pay for the water anytime. But I must take care of myself if that's the only time I get some quiet time. But my favorite place is in the car. My favorite place is in the car. I'll take a drive with no destination just to declutter my mind. And if you see me driving on the 75, you think I have a whole crowd following me because I'm having a whole concert by myself. Just to relax, just like Winnie would say from A Different World, relax, relate, release. I learned to do that, okay? Charge your phone in a different room overnight. Charge it in a different room overnight so that you give yourself that free time. And the science say, I think they say you should not be charging it in your room anyway due to the radiation. Why do we need it next to our head? Why do we need it in our bed when it can potentially set fire? Because you should not be sleeping with it in your bed. So we have to practice safety. We must take care of ourselves, and we must declutter our digital space by taking care of ourselves. So in conclusion today, when we are detoxifying ourselves, it doesn't mean that we are disconnecting from the world. It doesn't mean that we are disconnecting from our family members. It doesn't mean that you are disconnecting from your job. It's about reconnection with your time, with yourself, with your focus, and with your purpose. Sometimes we lose our sense of purpose because we focus so much on this. We have so many other things that we would love to do. We forget the things that we enjoy to do because this takes over all our time. We must learn to focus on ourselves, on our well-being, on our purpose. What is your purpose today? What is your goal for your well-being today? How do you intend to detoxify your digital space? As GME leaders, we owe ourselves a moment of mental clarity so we can support our programs, our teams, ourselves with presence and intention. Our job requires that we are in the present. Whatever we have going on outside, at home, in our personal lives, when we walk in the door, we know we have this deadline that we need to meet. It all goes in the back burner because we need that focused time to do our job. We must be in the moment. We must give ourselves that mental clarity because there's certain things that we're doing. We know we cannot afford to make any mistakes, right? Because it means that you might have to start over, do it all over again, or somebody will forget somebody's training verification. You're getting 100 emails, and then next thing you know, it escalates. So we need to have that mental clarity for ourselves with presence and intention. You must know your attention is the most valuable currency. So spend it wisely. Should I say that again? Your attention is your most valuable currency. So spend it wisely. We must spend it wisely. So here's another challenge for you. Today, choose to reclaim a little piece of your mind. However you're going to do that. Take a walk in the park. Just go outside, walk around the building. Go ride a bicycle. Go see a movie. Have dinner by yourself. I've done it all. I did myself. I did myself. I go on vacation by myself. I go to the movie by myself. I go to dinner by myself. I go to the gym by myself. And I have a whole concert in the car by myself because I'm my own audience. So set a 1 hour phone-free window. Go for a walk without your earbuds. Put your phone to sleep before you do. These are your challenges. The first one is choose to reclaim just a little piece of your mind. Set 1 hour free window from your phone. Go for a walk without your earbud. Put your phone to sleep before you do. And we're saying all this to you not because social media is bad. No, social media is not bad. Because some of us, we use AI to help facilitate us, to help make our work a lot easier, right? Because certain things that could possibly take us 2 hours, maybe with AI, we can do it in 10, 15 minutes, right? So it's good. But because you are worthy of peace without a scroll, we're encouraging you to take care of yourself, to disconnect once in a while. When you're detoxing, it's not a punishment to you. You're not punishing yourself. You're giving yourself permission to take care of you. Do we agree? Do we agree? When we give ourselves permission, we're giving ourselves permission to be bored, to breathe, to notice the beautiful flowers, to enjoy an ice cream cone without holding the phone, to remember that time focus is a gift you give yourself. The time to focus is a gift that you are giving to yourself, not something that the world gives you. It's not something that the world is giving you. It's a gift that you are giving to yourself. And you don't have to disconnect from everything. You don't need to disconnect for everything. You just disconnect so that you can reconnect with yourself. Because sometimes we forget ourselves because we focus on everything else. Use that hour to introduce yourself to yourself again, just like you look in the mirror earlier. Who do you see? You see you. This person is calling you and say, hey, I need you. I need you to take care of me. I need you to take care of yourself so that you can take care of the other people who needs you. Just know that you will never reclaim your peace until you reclaim your attention. You will never reclaim your peace until you reclaim your attention. The world can wait, but your mind can't. Your peace of mind cannot, but the world can wait. I shared on Wednesday that I needed to take time for myself, to take care of me, because I had given my family the two options. I can stay and do the things that I'm doing, and you can bury me in 2 months. Or you can allow me to take some time to take care of myself, and then I'll be around for you. We must learn to recognize when ourselves, when we are screaming for help. As Kino said earlier, you are the best advocate for yourself. You must recognize the signs. You must know when you need a break, when you need to take care of yourself, when you need to take care of yourself. So today, I'm encouraging you to clean up your space. Clean up your digital space. Straighten it up so that you can love yourself, care for yourself, and care for the people who needs you, who love you. Thank you.
This amazing wellness, I would say, initiative and detoxifying your digital space. Thank you for all the best practices and all the tidbits. I'm sure that the coordinators will take in all you said. All right. Let's do another raffle, our third raffle. You could choose, Shirley.
Yeah. Oh, I could choose. So she can say it's my fault no one is winning. Right, guys? Let's see if we can pick a lucky winner. I'm shaking it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake and bake. All right. And the lucky winner is 5154. The lucky winner is 5154. We have a winner? No? Oh, come on. No? No winner. Going once, going twice, gone. 5173. 5173? Woo! We have yourselves a winner. Congratulations. Congratulations. Okay, no, take it. You didn't put it back in there, no?
Yep.
Okay, that's it? Is that it for now? All right. So I have a few of these little gift bags left that I did for wellness. If you did not get one, I don't know how many I have left. You guys can. Huh? You need one for Natalie, of course. Okay? And I'll get you one. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, we're winding down to our last speaker, which needs no introduction. Our DIO, Dr. Dresner, who's been so supportive of this forum. We thank you for all the support you provide to the coordinators and to the forum.
And I thank you guys for working late every night. And I thank you guys for your dedication to this place.
Great. And she'll be presenting on GME Tech's Essentials, Top 5 App and Platforms Every Coordinator Should Know in 2025. Dr. Dresner.
So the first thing was there are about 1,000 different tech apps and things you need to know. But the first thing I did when I wrote this talk is I asked ChatGPT to write a talk on how AI can help a coordinator do their job. Then I went back and looked at some of my favorite apps or some of the most popular ones, especially ones that are free, that you can use, and I'll give you a few examples of how I use them, okay? This one. How do I get it to show up? Oh, it did it. Okay. Okay, so the first thing is, as I said, I used AI to write the talk. ChatGPT will generate slides, but they're white with black letters. So you make them on one PowerPoint and you open PowerPoint, create a template, and you copy and paste them. And if you use a template to create a PowerPoint slides, when you just drag the slides over, the template is attached. So of course I wrote something. You guys have overwhelming administrative loads and you get asked to do things that are sometimes crazy, and you can use AI to help you. I'm sure everybody's been talking about this today, so I'm gonna go fast. So first, what is AI? It's basically a tool that simulates human tasks like writing, organizing, and summarizing, but it does it faster than. So it doesn't do anything you can't do. It just does it faster It's like having 1,000 brains all coordinated, and finds the information you need to put it in. It's also a really good reader and a really good writer, and you could use it as a writing tutor. But keep in mind, and you don't need to know how to code. All you need to do is use prompts. What's a prompt is like what you told your kid or what you tell your students to do. Write a talk on, on makeup, and it will write an outline for I use it a lot I don't always use it to make slides because I think that's a waste of time, but for me, I rather do it myself. But you could use it just to create an outline. Need to write a paper, need to write instruction manual. It will give you the framework to start it. And your talent, your brain will put the details in. It's actually really important for you to do the work because it makes things up, okay? We heard about it on the news where the FDA came out with a whole statement on vaccines and they were fake references. Yeah, it will make up a reference. It also is extremely positive, enthusiastic. I took our entire self-study and uploaded it to ChatGPT and said, write an executive summary. It wrote an executive summary, but it was way too upbeat and positive. And as I said, it can hallucinate. Also about HIPAA. It is not HIPAA compliant because we don't have, so all of these these language models, none of the data you enter goes to the big company. It sits in their cloud in your account, and when you're running like ChatGPT, it's using your question and your stuff with the software, but your stuff is your stuff. The problem is that we don't have a business agreement, so you cannot put protected health information in there. That's a big no-no. We'll get in big trouble. I just went to an RCA about it where a student did where a resident uploaded 9,000 pieces of information with name and stuff. It's all taken care of. All they reached out to the chat GPT. They had them delete the account. It's gone, but we don't have that kind of agreement. I suspect in the future those kinds of agreements will happen. Mount Sinai has a chatgpt.edu account, but they're very expensive. In fact, they started with the medical students and now adding residents and faculty. There's a lot of different ways. I just made a list: drafting and editing documents. I'm going to show you a letter of recommendation. Organizing tasks. You could say I have to do these things. Create a schedule. There are many to-do lists that will do that stuff for you. If you want a recommendation, I've been using one that will take my Outlook calendar and my task lists and assign minutes to it. And if you like to have a schedule for the day for your tasks, it will schedule it for you. And if you don't get to it, it puts it to the next day. Summarizing and synthesizing data, like doing evaluations, evaluating survey data. You could use it, brainstorming and idea generation, training and knowledge support. I'm in the process of creating in ChatGPT an agent for us with all the ACGME policies. And I will, at the next program coordinators meeting, I'll show you how to upload your own policy and see if it's consistent with our policies and the ACGME policies. Transcribing meetings and conferences and writing minutes, or at least writing a summary of what happened. Minutes is tough because you often use templated minutes. I suspect you could upload your templated minutes, your template, and ask it to enter the information into your templated minutes, but I haven't been doing that yet. And expect it to increase dramatically. Like every year, you're going to be able to do something different. So I'm going through a few of the things. This one's one of the quickest, easiest. It's called Google AI Studio. This is amazing. It is really, really, really good at generating images. I typed into it. You're going to see. It's very much like ChatGPT. So it has a prompt, a place for a prompt. You hit go, and you get the image. I wrote, I want an image of a bowling wellness event. That's what it gave me. Okay? So when you use AI and you want to make it more personalized, you just add another prompt. So the next one I did is make it a downstate event. Bowling wellness event for downstate residents. Okay? Now, if you had uploaded photos, I suspect it would incorporate those photos into it even cooler. That would be really cool, right? This took like 12 seconds. Okay? This is not like waiting around. This was not complicated. I literally typed it, hit enter. It came up. I said, okay, let's make it downstate. Typed it, enter. It probably took more time for me to do the screenshots and put it into PowerPoint. Okay, but I got some more. Okay, Canva. Now, I personally am afraid of Canva. Every time I open Canva, I'm like, this is too much. Because the non-AI part is complicated. The AI part, okay, wait. I did, I think, today. I might have done this today. Okay. You write in the AI part, create a flyer for a radiology resident bowling event on December 15th, and it came up with 4 instantaneously. They're nice, right? Okay. So this is the one I liked. And see all of these fields? They're editable. Like changing the text, you just click on the box and can edit the text. 3 minutes, maybe 2. Okay? You don't need to spend $50 with, we don't need to spend $50 of the department money for a basic flyer. You want to do a fancy flyer, but I think they're using this. Okay? So what I did is I actually used the non-AI part, and I asked it to generate a flyer. It created and incorporate the picture from the first one and copy and pasted and created this. This would be more than adequate, right? Okay, Grammarly. Who uses Grammarly? So do you know that you can embed Grammarly into your Safari, your Mac, your iPad. Came up because I'm a Mac person, but it can come up, it can be incorporated into whatever browser you're using. So where do you think I used it today? So I was working on this sponsoring institutional ADS update. And each little window that is open, Grammarly is working on. So when you fill out an important form, it will check your grammar, check your spelling, check you. If you turn on the generative AI, it will. We want to rewrite your sentences to make them more perfect. What's wrong with using Grammarly? It's generative AI. So if you're writing a term paper, probably not a good idea. However, if you pay for Grammarly, but for Grammarly, it also has an AI detector. So you can upload or copy a document, and it'll tell you whether it's whether there's evidence of plagiarism or if this likely AI. Okay, I have Grammarly on. I've had Grammarly on even on my phone. It's annoying. Turned it off, but having it on all the time. This, I think yesterday I found this. I've been looking for a transcription app that will transcribe meetings that I'm in and generate summaries. So today, and it's free. I don't know why. So this one is called Highlight, and I installed it. You know, I'm using a Mac, so there aren't as many barriers. So I have to give you, I don't know if you could do this on your PCs. Okay, so this was this morning's, a little bit of this transcript from the Zoom. It wasn't from Zoom. I'm gonna show you what you can do when you use Zoom, if you're using a transcript. So that was Zoom, and then this is the array, this is somebody's presentation. The presentation focused on introducing AI to program coordinators in medical education. The whole thing, okay? This software, it says that it will listen for your name if someone gives you a task and alert you that you have a task. I'll let you know. I'll let you know. But I was like, this is what I was looking for, because so you can take something like this. Those are minutes, or at least the core of the minutes. Well, we'll talk more about minutes. We have all built into our computers from Downstate, MS Copilot. It hadn't been activated about 3-4 months ago, but it's active now. So I've been looking to what Copilot can do. It's up there. It's that little thing. So Copilot can actually do a lot of the things ChatGPT can do. It can rewrite sentences. It can make suggestions. It can do everything. So it can summarize an email thread. Okay, so this is like 3 emails. So the summary of the email thread, it was, I initiated emailed so-and-so. She replied so-and-so. I responded briefly so-and-so. Now, in a 3 email thread, it might not be valuable. In one of those 40,000 email threads where so many different people are writing in and putting their comments, and some of the comments are time off, like I reply right away, but someone else replies 3 minutes later, 5 minutes later, but I've already replied. This can help us out, and it's built in free into your Outlook. So play with it. I opened Copilot, and I asked it to, I asked it to create a presentation outlining how to become a DIO. So it started generating slides. Okay. Again, you know, this may not be exciting or talk, but you know, you can do it. Write a warm welcome. Oh, this is my favorite thing to do. Write a warm welcome email to residents and ask them to send their permanent email address. Okay. So, okay, do you all like my welcome email address to the residents? ChatGPT. So I could write it, but it wouldn't be as nice as that one. And I did edit. I never send anything that's straight AI. I ask for a prompt. I'll send some more prompts to refine it. I might open it and change the wording because it looks GPT-ish. Okay. And then I email it out, and I would tell you that I almost never get responses to things like that. I got several. Wow, this is a great letter. So you can, we're in ChatGPT. So you can use ChatGPT. I think it's ChatGPT. You can use ChatGPT. So I use ChatGPT almost every day. You can use ChatGPT to take data and put it into tables. It doesn't always work. Okay, it's not 100% there yet, but it will take PDFs, extract the numbers from them, and put them into a table. For preparing for the self-study, I took PDFs they were exactly the same for different years, uploaded it to ChatGPT, and it created an Excel spreadsheet, like a spreadsheet with it was actually the internal survey we do, and it created with a question list and the points for each of those 3 years, saving somebody. There were 70, 80 questions, saving somebody the need to actually type it in each box. Because I could never ask you to do that. That would be like, I might do it myself, but I would never ask someone else to do that something. You could do faculty evaluation summary. Oh, so I took the data and I put it in and it offered me graphs. So this is the comments per faculty member. I uploaded some data from New Innovations. I asked it to create a graph. This is the one it chose. It chose to make a radar graph. Right? You could tell which faculty member is the highest rated. Dr. Kugias. Create minutes for a meeting. So we all use Zoom and we use Teams. If you have set it up where you're recording and you get a transcript, you can upload the transcript and ChatGPT will give you a set of minutes or summary, and you write, create minutes. Okay, they're minutes. This is from my program director's meeting last week. It's close, right? It's succinct. If you added the slides, you're done, right? I asked it to do it. That was in a different one format. It offered me another format, so it is the same thing in a Word file. You could in ChatGPT, you can ask it. It will offer you in file in different formats. If it thinks it could be a PowerPoint, it'd say, "Would you like a PowerPoint? Would you like a Word file?" Sometimes it doesn't always work. It doesn't like to take. Or it can do audio transcripts, but when they're long, it gets all out of sorts. So, but we already have it transcribed in all of those things, and now I found this other transcriber. I also found that things that I already use can transcribe so that you get to the transcription, and then once you have the transcription, you can ask one of these to summarize it. I use Notability to write my notes. It has the ability to take, to save the audio using my iPad for the audio, make a transcript, you copy the transcript into AI. Oh, and Notability actually will summarize it. It's not a great tool, perfect tool, but Notability itself will summarize it. As I said, you can upload an entire PowerPoint or an entire thing, and it will create an executive summary. So this is my annual institutional review. I did it on Sunday. It's about 50 slides, graphs, tables, all sorts of things. So it gave me an executive summary. It really did. It actually is a really not bad executive summary, But I wouldn't use it I wouldn't give it to Dr. Brunacardi, but I would use it as a framework to write my executive summary. I'm sure it would save me hours because now I already have the outline. I could also look at it and say, it doesn't talk about this. Let me talk about this. So it starts it's like getting past your writer's block, which I find getting started is the hardest part. I use ChatGPT to get started. But any of these work. They're really all very, very similar. In fact, they fight over who's buying it, who's not. If you use Apple Notes now has a prompt, the ability to put a prompt in to write things for you. So for writing, Gemini is built into Google Drive. It is really, really good. It does an amazing job summarizing articles and PDFs. So if you have a PDF in your Google Drive, it will create the 5 bullet points, the top 5 things that the article's about. It will summarize the article, and you can ask it to generate a quiz. So this happens to be another 100-page or 50-page thing on hernias. Remember, I'm a surgeon, so hernias. Okay. And these are the things that Gemini can do. And this is part of your Google. I use this in my, I think this is my free version, so it's not enhanced. So it created an outline of this, like a summary of the key aspects of this that went through all the stuff, what it talked about, and it generated a quiz. We're talking about a minute, 30 seconds. Okay? And when it generated the quiz, it didn't have the answers. So I said, I asked it, can you identify the correct answers? And it followed with another list, the same questions with the answers. This does not take, as my mother would say, rest in peace, does not take a college degree to do this. That's what she would say. It's because my mother spent 7 years going to college. She got her MRS degree at the same time as going to college, so she didn't rush. So the best practices and caution is avoid inputting sensitive data. Certainly don't put protective health information. You don't want to get caught. Always review AI output. It can hallucinate. It can make its stuff up. It can embarrass you. Okay? As I said, it's over enthusiastically positive. It'll turn the worst thing that ever happened into, whoa, we did it. And then, of course, I'm using my wrong hand. This is what happens when a righty uses a left. Okay, but encourage experimentation. This is actually my main point, is all of these tools is sort of like new innovation. If you struggle through it, you have a task and you want to accomplish it and you struggle through it, it will take you time the first time, okay? But if you put the time in, you will glean benefit of that time save many more minutes. So I know that me learning all this software took a pain in the neck amount of time, but I saved so much time by using it. So you be generous with yourself, invest the time, and you'll get the reward back. All right, thank you. Any questions? I guess I should ask any questions. Yeah, you don't want to.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Dresner? Oh, we do have a question, Dr. Dresner.
I've been trying to use different software personally I do a lot of written notes. Okay. If you see me, I'm with use iPad. I take a lot of written notes for 2 reasons. I like to know what I did. And also, I have a little bit of ADHD, and I think, and I pay attention better if I'm writing. So what do you do with these? I used to use physical paper and throw them away. But now I keep them and organize them. And I've been using something called Notability. Apple Notes has a great software, but it was not really good for handwriting as good as the other things. This week, they are started releasing the beta test of the iOS. They're changing everything to iOS 26 or Mac OS 26. So I uploaded iPad OS 26 on my iPad, and they upgraded the Note application really, really well. And it may be that I move from Notability, which isn't working on iPad OS. It's not working right. But right now I have it very well organized. I create a note. I'm taking notes. You can upload in any of these pieces of software. You could upload a PDF, write on the PDF, or you could upload the PDF so that you have it if you're at a conference. And then you put it in a folder, and that organizes your stuff. So if you want to go back, and remember, in all of these things on the iPad at least, all of these things have desktop apps, so you can look at them on the desktop, but they can translate your handwriting into text. So if you want to search for something, you can search for a keyword, and it will find it in your handwritten text. So it's like keeping notes without having to type. And if you know anything about education and cognitive science, you actually remember better when you write things. When you take notes, typing, you end up obsessing on the spelling. And I get distracted if I'm typing, but I do much better if I'm writing. So anyway.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Dresner. And with our last note from our DIO, this wraps up the 2025 educational retreat. We thank all the coordinators for making this day special, for supporting us, for being here, to all the leadership, as I said before, for your continued support. We thank Biomedical for their support. We thank the Rewards Committee, which includes Michelle, Yvonne, this year's, was it Zenobia? No, it was, no, it was, yes, Selena Adams, and the entire GME for always supporting our initiatives. We thank you, we thank you, we thank you, and hope that you had an enjoyable educational day. We hope we gave you something and that you took in something. And I'd like to thank also the RPCF executive members for putting this together. We've worked hard. So thank you for this day. And yeah, that's it. Group picture.
All right, and biomedical, biocommunications, I'll pick again. So nobody's gonna have no say. All right. This will be good because we haven't gotten a group picture since the last one. Move this around a little bit. Swat people to the front. Swat people to the front. Swat people to the front. You understand? Like, come on, swat people to the front. They're always hiding in the back.
we turn it off? Okay. Wait, we have to turn off the screen. Wait, no, we're not ready. Let me push this up more for the downstage.
Oh, the downstate is nice. Yeah, the downstate is nice.